darkness. It seems that evil people gravitate toward it. Why is that? Is it because the light can so easily dispel it to defeat them? Or is it because the darkness is no... Oops. Is it because the darkness is no... That doesn't make any sense. No wonder I was screwing up. Okay. Okay. Is it because the darkness... In the darkness, there we go. In the darkness, no one can see their deeds? Maybe it's simply because black is a great symbolic color. Or maybe it's because of something much more primal. Something that happened at the beginning of the universe. Something very uncontrollable. No matter what, evil gravitates toward it now. People who worship the evil god Seth, the black dragon of the shadow realm, would say that it happened at the origin of light and dark. That when he started attacking the good aligned goddess Senna, the brilliant bird, she cursed him to have to skulk in shadow for all of his existence, so she could never see him or be hurt by him again. But the darkness is just as useful for good people as it is for the bad, which is what religious scholars use to counter this point. A good man can just as easily skulk as a bad man. But this is beyond the scope of why this topic is relevant. The world is covered in shadow. The shadow is eating away at the world itself. It is simply dark. Is it simply dark because it is evil, or did someone evil create it? Or was it just an inevitable? People, God damn it, not people. Perhaps it is the god Seth attempting to eat the world. But then, if it is, why is it taking the evil just as violently as the good? These and many other thoughts are entering your mind as you wander through the forest. Some more aimlessly than others, the exotic trees and plant life all around you forming a canopy above you. But through the canopy all can see the beacon of the silver dragon's body and head resting atop a distant ancient temple. Many have gathered already, but some are still attempting to get away from the shadow. But the temple seems to be the final place that the shadow will encompass. Perhaps you're thinking about why that is. Perhaps you're just glad to be alive. Who knows? But still, the temple signals to all who see it just how important any form of hope really is in these times. Most of you are standing on a vista. The perfect round hill that encircles the former city and temple, almost exactly a mile in radius. The circular valley houses barely visible rubble and broken artifacts, are scattered about haphazardly. But in the midst of all this, there seems to be an archaeological dig happening, even in these hopeless times. Sticks with string attached around a perimeter of the former buildings where the squares to indicate the sections. Some with flags in them, probably to indicate that they were already searched. Mixed in randomly between these places marked with string are rudimentary camps and tents set up, probably for the refugees from all over the world, setting up here because there is nowhere else to go. Though it seems that many of them are helping sort out the archaeological quadrants set up here, each person searching cautiously to make sure that they do not step on anything. There seems to be a man, a dwarf, chubby and plump, walking up and down the sections, seemingly overseeing the goings-on. And there are a few thugs thug types mixed. They seem to be keeping up a guard. Many of you are looking over this area, but there is one already in the middle of it. With him, we are going to start. Apparently, the script didn't help me. Anyway, so Ben is the one who's already there. So what we're going to do is we are going to start with him. So basically what I was thinking was, since Ben is already there, he could sort of describe how he wakes up in the morning. And everybody else is just going to be, it's going to be early morning, and everybody's going to be looking out over this vista into where the temple is, and all these archaeological, like the quadrants and the string and everything, and they're going to describe how they're feeling. So we'll start with Ben.
Yeah. What do you mean? I should describe.
So like, what I was thinking was, since you're already there and everybody else is just getting there, what I was thinking was, like, you're at your camp, you're resting, like you're just waking up from sleep, and what I want you to do is like describe what you would do as soon as you wake up. What your character would do, I suppose I should say.
I guess my character would head over and talk to Gare to see if anything's happened, or whoever was standing guard during the night.
Okay, well, I think it would be Gare. He would be the one who was standing guard that particular night. That's fine. And all that he saw was some movement in the trees. He wasn't sure what it was. It might have been a wolf or something like that. He wasn't sure what it was, but he kept watch on that particular spot and made note of it for everybody that was standing guard, and nothing else happened. It was uneventful.
Okay, and I'll check up on the unconscious Tug to see if anything's changed.
Alright. Well, he seems to be having a nightmare of some sort. He's laying just on a rudimentary bedroll, and he's just rolling back and forth, looking back and forth. You don't seem to understand why he's doing this. He seems unconscious, but he's moving. You're not sure why, but other than that, nothing too important seems to be happening with him. He's not getting worse, he's not getting better, he's sort of stable.
Then I guess I would just walk around the camp to see who else have gotten there.
Alright, so you're looking up at the tree line. There's no trees within the circle where the ruins are. For some reason, there's no trees. There's just like rudimentary leaf plants that are growing up, and you can easily see there's great line of sight. And since your particular character is good at seeing far away, you can clearly see everything around. And so now you can see that there are a few groups of people approaching, and whoever wants to go next, that's who he sees first.
I'll go.
Alrighty.
Snow will stop at the top of the valley to look down into the ruins before scrambling down just to go in. As he goes, he'll kind of think to himself, Snow understands not why people search these old ruins, and especially in times of such duress. Nothing of any practical value resides here. And he'll just continue his way up to their sort of, dig site without much concern.
Alright, so Ben is currently watching and he sees you. If Ben wishes to go up and introduce himself, or just check him out, make sure he's not trying to kill everybody there or something. do whatever you want.
I don't think I would approach them. I'll just try to not get seen and just watch them for a while.
Alrighty.
Well, I can approach Snow then. So Frizzle Crockett wakes up from his slumber. He's pretty old, so he's very he's just waking up, and he comes over. He says, "What an intriguing little creature you are! Well, I suppose you're not the talking type, are you? But rest assured, I'm pretty sure we will get over this darkness. Hopefully."
The necromancer, his steel jaw sort of hangs loosely. He creaks it up to speak to you. You know, I don't like the good signs here. I'm more of a dark type.
Well, that is quite good, but I don't think the dark type will get us out of the darkness, so I think we should look to more practical means than searching for the creepy and dark, don't you? And he sort of tries to distance himself so he doesn't look too evil, talking to the evil guy with the big metal jaw.
Yeah, he's just holding his chin up, thinking to himself, perhaps you're right. He's just thinking to himself, looking up at the dragon statue. Obviously bothers him. It being like a paragon of good sort of thing. He's just sort of irked by it. But he just continues looking up at it. He'll let you walk in front of him if you want to distance yourself. He's just sort of pondering at the moment.
Okay, well, I'll take that as an opportunity for Fizzleprock to address everyone in the camp if they're asleep or waking. I'll just clap my hands twice and say, now we need to congress. We need to figure out what this darkness is about. Does anyone have any sort of idea? Because me being such an old fogey, I do not. So does anyone have any sort of clue, any inkling of an idea of how we can stop this?
There's a thug, sort of. He's leaned up against like a ruined wall, so it's not very high. It's just about as high as his shoulders, and he's just sort of looking at you. He's not sure what to think. He's looking up at the other guy, not sure what to think. And then he just sort of motions over toward the plump dwarf, and he says, "Oi, maybe that guy has something we don't."
Well, if you may know anything, please at all, any small detail might help us conquer this devouring darkness.
He just sort of thinks for a minute. It eats people.
Right. Anything else you would like to share? We sort of gathered that it eats people. I think we've all witnessed the terrors of it consuming. But anything else?
He is very intrigued. He hasn't seen anybody quite like you in the camp, so he's sort of humoring you a little bit as he thinks. Well, there's monsters.
Right. Well, I think we need to turn to other measures. Does anyone who actually has anything of usefulness could share to this? Please, just somebody help us. We cannot just sit here and keep running. That's all we've done for the past few days, just run. We cannot do it anymore. We need to figure out something.
All the other refugees are just sort of like, ugh. But this thug, he's sort of trying to humor you a little bit. He says, perhaps we could kill it.
Right, well, I don't know how we can do that. That is the point. We need to try and figure out something that could kill it. I don't think that any mere iron sword could just pierce through the darkness. We need to figure out something.
At this point, the plump dwarf sees everybody getting annoyed, and he's sort of curious about what's going on. And he walks over, and he's like, "Hey, what's going on here?" He's looking at you just sort of like this.
Well, I believe we were trying to figure out a plan to try and stop this or something. We really don't seem to have any idea of what we could do, so I'm at a wit's end, really. And he walks
Conversation
off.
destined for nowhere.
The dwarf is like, well, wait until everybody wakes up. And then after that, we'll figure something out. Don't you worry. He pats you on the shoulder.
Snow suggests waking the others and holding this discussion as soon as possible.
He seems to be taking your guys' advice, and he'll start waking people up. There's quite a few people here. You guessed over 200 maybe. So it's going to take him a little bit to get around to everybody. So he's walking around. If the next person would like to chime in.
Okay, I guess I can go here. You see this rather stout-looking dwarf with a long red beard crest the top of the hill. Garen stops to take in the sight in the valley below the temple. He's admiring the stonework, standing there with leaning on his staff, smoking his pipe, to casually stroll down the hill towards the temple.
It's pretty ancient. You think that the temple itself was probably made by dwarves, considering it's the only thing standing and everything else has fallen apart. So everything else must have been made by some other race, but
Elves.
yeah, probably. But from here you can't really tell too much from the craftsmanship, but the temple is pretty good. Everything else shoddy at best.
Well, he just keeps strolling right on up to the temple.
No one's gonna stop you unless you step in the quadrants. Then the dwarf might bother you, but nobody's gonna stop you as long as you avoid them.
No, he just pretty much keeps walking and looking at the stonework.
And then Frizzle Rocket will see the attempt to move towards the temple and beckon to anyone else. If anyone would like to investigate, I'm sure we would love you to join us. Come along. And he walks with him to the temple.
Yeah, it seems like at the entrance, like there's like the steps that go up, and on each level, like, it's an Aztec type temple, so each level has a specific, like, it cuts off at a certain point and then it continues up and then cuts off. The bottom of the temple is fairly large. It's about equivalent of a city block, the bottom, so it's pretty big. And the top is about the size of like a regular house, like the top level. So there's intermediate levels, 3 or 4 of them. I'm not too sure. I'll have to look at my description for the temple. Yeah. No, there's 5 levels, sorry. 5 levels, the top one being about the size of a house, and the bottom one being about the size of a city block, so intermediate levels in between. Well, at the base of the entrance, which is what I was getting to, there's a little, like, desk. It seems like this is where the architect, or not architect, archaeologist, sorry, that's where he sort of has his notes and stuff, gathered up a few trinkets and baubles and things that people have found in the ruins. Looks like he's been examining them. Those are the things that are obvious if you get close. If the next person wants to approach.
Yeah. So I see Frizzle Procket going up the steps, and I hear him calling to anyone who wants to hear. And I say, Frizzle Procket, I heard what you were saying. I was helping some travelers set up camp. I see all these people, and they're so sad. All the hope has left them. But I agree with you. We need to do whatever we can to defeat this.
Well, isn't this amazing, everyone? We have the muscle of the group. We can fight off all the... Well, I don't think we could really fight off the darkness with so much muscle, but I believe we could really use him, so I think... Yes, I think we could really do with you. So maybe you should go to the front of this temple. I think it might be better off if you, the big, strong muscle, could, just go into the front and lead the way. And
I'll do that.
starts to almost push you, but not quite.
Yeah, lead.
However, Garen has not stopped. He is ascending the stairs towards the top.
Right? Well, on the stairs, there isn't anything that's going to impede you. There's, on each level, there's like a little section where the stairs stop going up. And on each side, there's like doors that you can go into each level. On the front, anyway. On the sides, there's no doors or windows or anything like that. So there's nothing that's going to stop you unless you stop yourself, really.
Now, he feels the best vantage point to oversee the entire valley will probably be from the top of the pyramid, so that's where he's headed.
Alrighty.
Snow will ascend to the top of the temple.
Indaro will part company from the people he walked through the camp with and go over to see what these people are doing.
Alright.
Greetings, gentle men. I understand you're actually looking around for answers as to what all this is about, why we're safe here, what we can do to fight.
If answers could be found, yes.
Then I'll help.
And just so you know, Rayford is standing at the tree line with the rest of his group, and they don't seem to want to come in. They're just sort of hiding in the tree line. And if anybody's looking that way, you see 9-foot-tall gray people that are naked, and they don't seem to have genitalia or anything. They're just standing there, looking.
Oh, so they haven't come into camp with me.
Oh no, they didn't want to come in.
I'll excuse myself and turn back for a minute and ask Rayford what the problem is.
Look at me. Look at us. We are not like you.
We're all survivors.
We are unsure of them. He just seems like he's voicing the concerns of the rest of them. They're pretty tall. Their teeth are sharp. They look kind of monstrous. They're worried that everybody else is going to attack them or drive them away. So they're sort of gonna try to wait there. That's the mindset that they're in at the moment. He'll say, if you were our intermediary, then maybe they would accept us.
I'll do what I can.
All right, thank you. He puts his large hand on your shoulder. It's got really long fingernails, almost like claws. We trust you. And they stay at the tree line. They don't enter.
And I'll go back to the investigation party.
Alrighty. Is everybody there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes.
Alright, so Howler is sort of watching them, or is he approaching them?
Me and some of the thugs are following towards the top.
Alrighty. And some information for Jaden. The Grayson family, they have just sort of found their way into there's like a cooking pot, and they're going around that. They're pretty hungry. Lily sort of waved at you playfully.
I wave back.
She giggles
Smile
and
let her,
she
let her know that everything's okay.
All right. She giggles and takes some food. Your group was sort of low in supplies, so this was a boon for them. But everybody else is with themselves at the moment, so I'm just making sure that I got everybody's NPCs out of the way.
And I'm closely following behind Jaden, just sort of huddle behind, like that.
Alrighty. So, was the plan to go to the top, or is everybody just going to the top?
Snow will continue to the top. He has no time for the waverings of trepidatious strangers.
Alrighty.
Garen is obviously, as I've said, heading for the top.
Yes, I was just making sure everybody was joining you.
Indaro will follow to the top.
Yeah. Jaden is also going to the top.
And that's how mine, huddling Jaden.
Alright, just so everybody knows, if I'm whispering to you, I'm going to send you a message on Facebook instead of like whispering into your ear. So, just so you know, in case your character hears something that the other characters don't, I'll put that in Facebook.
Okay.
Alrighty, so everybody's going to the top. And as you go to the top, on the top floor, it's just flat, and there's just the middle thing that's in the middle. It's like the size of the house, like I said. And there's just a single door in the front of it. It looks big enough to fit like 2 elephants standing side by side walking in. So it's a pretty big door. and it's pretty high, like 12, 13 feet high. So that's there, that's oriented, and you can see pretty far. You can see the top of the canopy. You can see from here, actually, you can see the darkness wall all the way around. It's perfectly around. So it's a big circle, and the horizon is cut off by this. Just there's nothing there. It seems like it just seems like it's a void all the way around. So you can see the top of the canopy. There's no animals or anything like that on top of the canopy at the moment. No birds or anything. They must all be down looking for food or something like that. Lower underneath the canopy. And at the door, there is a thug. A man that just looks like in a city he would be like the roguish type. He's just standing at the door. He doesn't look like he's doing too much. He's just sort of leaning up against the side of the door. Just sort of.
Snow will inquire of this man if he has entered.
And he sort of takes a defensive stance. He sort of didn't notice you all coming up. He was just like, and then he gets into the defensive stance. He kind of looks inept at this sort of guard duty. And he's just like, no entry. That's all he says.
I'll walk up as well, and I'll signal him to let his guard down.
He looks over at you. He raises an eyebrow, and then he stands back, and he's like, fine, go in. Last guy who did got knocked out.
And I'll say in some voice magic, and yeah, I'll just say magic. I'll open the door and point to the chest.
Well, it's an open doorway. There's no doors blocking your entry. It's just open.
Okay.
And if you guys want to go inside, it seems like this bird man and this thug have some sort of past relationship, and he's allowing you in. So if you want to go in, you can go in.
Snow will enter, and as he passes by the roguish guard, he will hiss, "It is good thing Snow is not inept, yes?" And then he'll go inside.
He just spits and says, whatever. He just shrugs and allows you to pass.
I politely nod and walk in.
Alrighty. So is Howler leading the way?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because if you weren't, then something bad might happen. Anyway, so you walk in. It just seems like a stone floor for any dwarves who are looking at it. It's really good craftsmanship. It's well made. It's put together well. Like the stones fit really well. It's not like they were just cut out of random pieces of stone. They're all perfect squares, and everything seems normal at the entrance. But to your left and to your right, it's darkness. You can't see, but directly in front of you, it's as if the light that's entering from the front door, it just shines on this chest at the back of the room.
When I enter, I'm gonna point at the chest and I'm gonna repeat magic.
Ready? Just perfect stone squares leading all the way to this chest. Each square is about 5 feet, like 5 foot by 5 foot. Alrighty. Any other preparations? Nope. Alrighty, so Howler knows about this room, obviously. So do you want to take the lead still?
Yeah, we're just at the top floor, right? In the room with the chest.
Yep. It's the room
Yeah.
that you're familiar with.
I'm waiting for everyone to come in, and I'm just pointing at the chest.
Alrighty, is everybody in there?
Think so?
Alrighty, is there anything you would like to do, Howler?
I'm gonna say magic. That's it.
Alrighty, you're not gonna say anything else? Alright.
Maybe.
So are you going to step forward into the room?
Yeah. And then
Alrighty.
I'll say, don't touch.
So you're gonna point to the floor and just say don't touch?
Yeah, the chest and the traps in the room.
Alrighty, so he's sort of gesturing to the floor as if there's something bad about the floor. Alrighty, go ahead. You're going to investigate the floor. What did you get? Great. Yeah, it's pretty nifty. Oh well, that too. So as you're looking at this at the floor, you're pretty familiar with masonry, given where you're from and your heritage. So you're looking at it. You place your hands on it, and it shifts slightly. And as it shifts slightly, you see something whiz by out of the darkness, and that's all you see. So touching that particular panel seems to have activated a trap of some sort. Okay, so there are this particular stone, if you look at it closely, it does have a particular mark on it, and you can avoid stones with a particular mark on it. You can lead people through the room. Alrighty. Okay. Yep. Alrighty. So as you get into the room, you notice that it's unusually dark on the left and right sides, and you think that since you were examining the floor, you've noticed that on the sides, it seems like light isn't going where it should, and the sides of the room are just pitch black, even though there probably should be some residual light in there. So, yes. Yes, and dark vision, yeah, you don't see anything. It just looks like it's night, pitch night. So as you're getting into the room, if you're walking quickly or not, there's some other slabs that have the exact same symbol on it. So you assume that that probably has the exact same trap, and you continue on to about the middle of the room, and if everybody's just if are you in a line or in like a clump or alrighty?
Correct.
All right. So is there any particular order that you would want to be in?
I'd
Alright.
probably
Towards the back.
I'd
Alrighty.
probably be somewhere in the front.
Alrighty. So you can be like 2 by 2 or however you want to go, but so 2 people can be in the front is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just 5 foot by 5 foot dimensions into the stones, so you can easily just walk on a different stone. So as you're walking in, you hear noises in the darkness. It's kind of like hissing noises. You're not sure where it came from. It seems to be in the darkness.
I'm
On both
gonna
left and right side.
I'm gonna point towards where the chest is.
Alrighty. Anybody else thinking anything as this noise is just emanating from the darkness? You can light a torch if you wish. Okay, great. Lighting a torch, good idea. Dark room, light torch. So you light your torch, and it makes the part of the room that you could already see brighter, and the other parts of the room do not light up. They remain just as black. All right. So is there anything else that you want to do at this particular section of the room after you've heard the noise? Or do you just wish to continue towards the chest? You hear a loud, but nothing seems to be moving or coming out of it. It's just noise.
I'll also do that hissing noise towards him. Just repeat it.
Righty? So, it seems like there's 3 sources on each side of the room. So it's like middle room, far towards the chest, and near the entrance on each side. So if you're going to just continue, that's not going to deter you.
Unfortunately not.
Alrighty, so you continue. Okay, great. You shoot the poison spray into the darkness towards any particular, you don't really care which source? closer to the chest, or? Alrighty. So as you spray the poison spray into the darkness, you hear a slight yelp, and then a and from the darkness emerges it looks almost like a green piece of fruit. It's like a fruit that it's bigger on one side, and then it gets smaller, and then it has small. It's like green, and it's like bigger on one side, smaller on the other side, and it's thin in the middle. And it's walking out towards you fairly quickly.
I'll pull.
Alrighty,
I'll pull
so
out my
is
daggers.
everybody ready for a fight? Apparently we're gonna fight this thing. It's about the size of a cat or a dog. So, everybody ready for a fight?
Yeah.
Okay, just let me get my stuff here. I do have stuff marked. Okay. Where is it? There it is. See? Apparently I marked the wrong page. It's just a few pages over. Alright. So these things are rushing you. All 6 of them. They're coming from all sides. And give me a second. Should have had this already done, but whatever. Too late now. Alrighty. Wow. So everybody gets to go first. I got 1. So I assumed people got 20. So they go first. Okay, so you're in the middle, and to avoid the stones, you would be closer to the left. So middle left is who you're attacking. Alrighty. Did you get a roll? Cool. That definitely hits. Okay, just a second here. Just making sure I got the right hit points. 8 damage? Great. Great. Okay, great. No, just barely misses. So that's your turn. Alrighty, who's next? Con save, alrighty. Let me just check something. So it was the same, you're attacking the same one that you attacked before? Alrighty. Just making sure that there's no immunity or anything. what I wrote, and I didn't. So that's good. Con save. I didn't actually think you guys were going to come right here, so I wasn't fully prepared for this one, but I did know what was going to be in here, so. 7. It rolled an 8. Alrighty, so what happens? Okay. It reels back and... Okay, so remind me what poison status does. Yeah, me too. That's exactly. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage on attacks and ability checks.
Okay, great. Well, it reels back, not expecting that so quickly again, and it seems to be floating in the air. You're noticing. You don't know how it's doing it, but it is, and it hisses at you. So anything else? Or... Alrighty. So who was next? Alrighty. Okay. So you're hitting the one in the upper right. I sort of have a mental map, and the chest is north and everything else is south. So that's how I'm orienting it. Okay, so do you have your roll? 12 just misses. Alrighty. Who was next? I didn't write down the initiative. I should have.
I had a 4.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Give me your roll. Miss. Miss. These things have 13 AC and you're missing. This is pretty... This could be bad. Who's next?
That's me. So
Alrighty.
I will circle up in the center with the other squishy people, and I will shoot a firebolt at whichever one is closest to the group.
Okay.
And
So that's the one that was in the upper left. Go ahead.
that's a 13 hit.
Yep, 13 hits.
Great. That is 9 fire damage.
Well, after the damage that was taken from Moss Beard, it burns into a crisp.
Yay.
Goes up in flames.
That's
So
my
that
turn.
one's done. That's it?
That's it.
Alrighty. Who's next? I think so.
Plus proficiency bonus. Yeah. Oh, you don't even make an attack roll. You just roll damage. But you get 3 missiles.
Any particular target? All right. So closest one now would be. All right. Not right. Left. Middle. All right. So that one was the one that was attacked before, so that one's gone. It blows up. It was a firework. So that one's dead. Anything else?
I'm my nearest companion to avoid the strewn parts.
Anything else in your turn? Alrighty. Alrighty. Good. So now it's my turn. They all attack on the same thing. So they get to go. Bottom left, I think, is still alive. Top right, middle right. So it's all the right ones and the bottom left. So the one on the bottom left is going to lunge forward. Right. And it's going to attack whoever's in the back at the moment. So who's in the back? Yeah. So it's probably it's not Mossbeard. Because he's in the front too. So it must be one of the squishy people. No. It's probably Snow. He's in the back, probably. Now, because everybody moved forward. So he stayed in the middle, so yeah, that would make sense. So he's going to attack Snow. Wow, he got a 1. So he just whiffs it and jumps over to the other side of the room. So he's going to be near the chest, because he was in the back, he was at the south, and now he's in the... So the one in the north is going to attack. This one's on Mossbeard. AC 13. Okay. That's 12 to hit, so he misses. So he jumps on you, and he tries to bite at you, but it seems like it's holding on with something, but you can't see what it is that it's holding on with. And it's sort of like, it feels like arms are wrapping around you, like multiple arms are wrapping around you and holding on to you, and it tries to bite you, but you manage to push it off, and it sort of floats there in the air in front of you. Yep. So middle. So he's gonna go after Jaden. He rolls a 9. So that's probably a miss. I'm rolling real low. So he just sort of stays down on the ground and skitters towards you and tries to bite at your feet, and you sort of elegantly dance out of the way. So bottom right, that's going to be the next one that attacks. And that one is going to attack... Who should this one attack? It hasn't been attacked yet or anything, so this one's going to go for Howler. 12. Alrighty, so that one misses too, so these things aren't getting you. It sort of runs towards you and tries to jump, and you just sort of move your head out of the way, and it jumps to the other side of the room. Okay, so back to the top of the initiative order. And I think it was Snow who went first. They killed it. That was the one that blew up. Alrighty. Do your rolls. Alrighty. Okay. So none that. Okay. Great. So that was on the bottom right. That's your turn. Alrighty. Then it was Moss Beard. Ah, that's a shame. That's his whole turn. That's unfortunate. And I think it was Jaden. Seems like everybody's getting low rolls today. Not just me. So who was next? Alrighty. Okay. 17 to hit. It hits. Like I said, 13. That's correct. Yeah. Alright. So, yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. What about that? No. 13. Everybody's getting 12. So that misses. And you can't do anything else? Alrighty. Next up. I think that's...
Me? So what? One of them just attacked Snow, I think. Yes.
Yes.
I will shoot that one. It's a 21 to hit
Oh, yeah.
and 4 fire damage.
4?
Yep.
Alrighty. It's singed, but it's still going.
Jerk.
Alrighty. And I think Fizzle Rocket was up next. Oh, yeah. Great. Okay. Yep, that one explodes too. Well, everybody else is missing, so he is doing something right. Alright. Yeah. Alrighty. So there's 3 left. 1. Okay, so they leaped across the room. I'm not gonna even bother with that. They're so the first one is going to go after the first one's gonna go after Frizzleprocket. Everything else has been killed by it, so it's gonna go after him. That is 5 to hit, which misses, obviously. So that one's just gonna leap across the room and land on the other side. Okay, so then the next one is going to attack Mossbeard again. Ooh, 18. Okay, great. So that's 3 damage. Plus, you have to make a saving throw. I think it's Constitution. Yep, Constitution. Yeah, fangs are popping out of the smaller one that seems to the smaller spheroid that seems to be on the front. You're good. For poison, so yeah, you're good for the poison, and I'm just checking here to make sure it doesn't do just base damage. Yeah, half as. Yeah, that's just what I was checking. So, so that was, yeah, I did roll the right dice. 8 damage. 8 poison. The first part was piercing. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. At half damage, that would be 4. So if you have poison resistance, I think the dwarves do, then you would take 2. It's a good thing I attacked a dwarf. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just forgot. Dwarves have. I forgot I was attacking a dwarf. Okay, so I have one more. And he is going to. All his friends are dying. He is going to attack. I think this was the one that attacked Howler, so he's like, I missed. I'm going to attack Howler again. 16 to hit. Okay, so we're going to be doing the same thing. Yeah, you do have to do one of those. Oh no. So take 5 piercing. This dice. Okay. Oh goodness. You might be down. Just making sure. 11 poison damage. And if you fail to save, I'm just going to make sure that I get this right. Okay, so are you at 0 hit points? Or are you still up? Okay, so you are stable, but poisoned for an hour. Even after regaining hit points, it's paralyzed while poisoned in this way. So you're paralyzed. If you get, if someone heals you, then you're paralyzed still. That sucks. Alrighty, so it's back to the top. The spider, the spider-like thing is on top of him. So you can try to get it off if you want, or just attack it. Yeah, you it's just thematic, so you're just attacking it. Yep, that hits. Yep. Finally, you're getting your hits in. All right. That thing is instantly dead from what you did. So even if it had full health, it would have died. So you hit it, and it sort of goes down, and part of its body is crushed, and it's sort of trying to get up at you, and then you just claw it, and it rips its side open, and it's laying next to him, so that thing isn't going to hurt him anymore. Alrighty. Mossbeard's next. Oh, that one's dead. Oh, on him? No, that on not on Mossbeard. Oh yeah, that one's on the ground. So it's not technically on you, it's on the ground in front of you. Yes, it's still alive. Yeah, 13 hits. Just barely. Great. Yeah, so you weren't instantly dead or anything like that, which is good. That's ridiculous. I just got a really good roll.
It's tough.
Well, luckily you're still alive, but you are unable to move. Alright, so that's Mossbeard's turn. Great. There's one in front of Mossbeard and one that's sort of on the edge of the darkness. Alrighty. You whiff. It sort of sidesteps part of its body seems to be invisible, so you sort of missed it. Alright, so that's your turn. Alrighty. So who is next? I think that was Ben, but he's currently paralyzed. Alright, so who's after Ben? It was...
Me.
Alrighty.
So the one that was attacking Mossbeard is still alive?
Yep.
Okay, I will firebolt that one. It's 17 to hit.
Yep.
And it's 6 fire damage.
Ooh, that thing is gone.
Yay.
It squirms around a bit, screeching, and then it just lays flat. So that one's dead. There's one left. So that's your turn.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. No. It sort of just leaps out of the way just in time.
It's a first level spell.
Alright, we can redact that turn. First time with a character, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. So you hit it. Do your damage for that thing.
They're a demon if you wield them with 2 hands.
I assume he doesn't have another weapon, so I would have let it go. But 4 damage? Okay.
You do add, just for future reference, you should be proficient with the quarterstaff, so you should get proficiency in your attack roll. Just lay it out.
First time players. Sometimes it gets mixed up. Anyway, this one's not doing too hot. So this spider is going to crawl into the darkness. And it's going to stay there. It's not going to do anything. That's its turn.
Roll that.
Yeah, that provokes, yeah. You're right. So if somebody's in melee with... Anybody who's in melee with it gets to hit it. No, I think I'll count it as melee, so you'll be good to hit it again. That's fine. That's great. That hits. So a hit for 6. All right. So that thing just barely died. So you conk it again, and it just sort of teeters as it tries to get to the darkness, and then that's it. So you managed to get through that. Well, yeah. Well, we have 6 people, so maybe he just figured that he could be more. Yeah, that's. Alrighty. So the enemy lays dead around you. How do you wish to proceed? Do you want to try to examine them, or just continue moving, or?
You said one of them's invisible?
They're not invisible, just the part that's holding them up. You don't know what's holding them up. What was holding them aloft. But their body is green, and it has the back of it is big and bulbous and green, and the front of it is small and but still bulbous. And it has like little fangs that stick out the front.
I'm
So
gonna go poke at one with my dagger, just see what I can figure out about it.
well, as you poke at it, it seems like any normal dead thing, and from the ones with the guts everywhere, the ordinary animal guts. If someone would like put a torch closer to it, you would notice that it has very thin, but nearly invisible, but just translucent legs, which it holds itself up with. And there's 8 legs, so they are in fact arachnids. And the the back part seems to have like a web spinning part in the back, and the front is just its head. And they're just oddly looking spiders. Yes, he is still laying on the ground and is not moving. Sure, sure. You can look at him. He's not gonna object. In fact, he can't. So, well, he is clearly poisoned. You can tell just by looking at him that that was a poisonous spider, obviously, and it bit him, and he just went down. And it seems like he's reacting to the poison. You can't tell what kind of poison, but you assume it's like a spider poison, obviously. But Snow hasn't looked at the spider or anything like that, so he can't really discern if he could make an antidote or anything like that. All right, you look at the spider, and since you live in the area, I'm going to get you to do an which was it? It's not perception. Uh, Investigation. Yes, with advantage, since you're from the area. You're familiar with jungle fauna. 10? Well, you've seen this type of spider before, but you're not exactly sure what the name of it is. Maybe it's the darkness sucking away your memories. You're not sure, but you can't place the name of it. But you've seen this spider before. It is just in the jungle. It's a normal type of spider that you would see. Usually they're bigger. So these are smaller ones. Probably like they reproduced and they were just trying to find a place to stay. They saw that that place was hidden away, so they just went in there to try to survive. Maybe they were running away from the shadow, you're not sure. But usually you can sort of remember in your mind, they stay in trees usually, and they look like fruit from the tree. So then an animal wouldn't think of them. And their legs, they're kind of like the Spider-Man thing that I have here. They hang and they just sit like that, and their legs are invisible, so they just look like a fruit. So animals will just ignore it. So if you see a tree with a weird fruit that looks like that, might want to be cautious. So as far as an antidote, you're not too sure about how to make an antidote, but you assume that from other spiders, you just harvest the poison glands, and you mix it with something you're not too sure, and you can fix them right up. Anybody who's poisoned by a similar poison should be fine. Yeah, you're not sure. It's like herbs or something like that, but you're not too sure. Uh, well, there's the guts, and if you like guts, those are pretty good guts. Uh, there's not too much like fleshy meat type thing, but they do have a carapace that's kind of hard. Like if you were to put your fist on it, it would knock. Just faintly, not really loud. You surmise that the skin, if cooked, might be edible. I'm not too sure. Yeah, you can do that. Yep, so you can do that. You might just want to tell whoever's cooking it that these came from a spider. They might be able to come up with something edible from them. Alrighty, so you can do that. If you take like the outside part, you can maybe think of something for that. Maybe like bowls, use them as bowls and edible bowls, and then put the guts inside. You could probably think up a good recipe. All right, so some of them are a bit scattered. You might have a bit of a hard time with the darkness going in there, try to pick up the stuff, but you might not want to risk those. But everything else seems to be in the light, so you can get those. All right, good enough. Yeah. Your eyes, you can move your eyes, but you can't speak. You can't do anything else. Unfortunately. So you're okay. He
But that chest
suggests
was right
that.
there. We came here to get answers. If you spend 10 minutes, you can cast it as a ritual without spending a spell slot.
Well, he's paralyzed. I don't think he has much of a choice. Alright, so just so you know, you're in the middle of the room, and it's at the other side of the room. So if you can do the ritual there, and then move towards the chest later, but if just letting you know you're in the middle of the room. Alright, well you can cast it and then sort of walk over if you want. Alright. So is everybody just gonna wait 10 minutes while he does this? Alright, great.
I will also cast it just so you have a second set of eyes.
Alright, so are you gonna wait until he's done to cast it, or are you just gonna cast it right away?
I'll cast it with him as a ritual.
Alright. Perfect. So we're waiting 10 minutes. 10 minutes go by. Doesn't seem like there's any other movement in the room. And the darkness is still there. Nothing's moving. So you're good. You cast it, and you look at the darkness. It's glowing. It's rich with it. The darkness is obviously magical. And you look over to the chest. The entire outside of the chest appears to be glowing a little bit, just faintly, but then you can sort of see through it like a little aura inside. So the things inside it appear to there appears to be something inside it that also has an aura of magic.
What is the school of magic on the chest?
Just give me a second here. Seems to be pretty sure it's illusion. Yeah, it's illusion.
Well, that's disconcerting. Well, there's some kind of illusion on this chest. What that actually means is anyone's guess, but something about it is literally not as it appears. As will Indaro. And so, what other magic auras are there on the items? Yeah. Hmm. Just leaving. That's so close. I think we should head back to camp and take care of this man first. Yeah.
statue.
The Stone Mother?
Yep. And apparently, on her, I think it's the left shoulder, is a hammer, and on the right shoulder is an axe.
Okay, do I know what that symbolism is?
The exact same symbolism as on the door to Shalarni.
Okay. So then my descendants very likely built this place.
There's a statue within the rubble, so your assumptions.
Anyway, I will approach the statue to commune with it.
Alright. You stand in front of it, and however you wish, you can sort of have clasped hands or whatever is comfortable for your character. And you look into the eyes and you hear, "My son, son of the stone, I have a proposition for you."
Yes, Mother.
Deep within Shalarni is an army of golems waiting for the order. No one knew about it, but now is as good a time to reveal its location as any. If you head towards there first, I will give you a boon. The golems.
Thank you, Great Stone Mother.
And she seems to, in a vision, I don't know how you would portray this exactly, but you hear like a coughing sound, and she says, "I'm getting weak. Please, liberate our children."
Mossbeard simply nods, knowing that no more words need to be said.
And her presence fades from you. So you now have this information.
And he turns and moves back to the steps.
Alright. Who's next? Don't worry, Ben, you will be able to participate.
No.
I do have something for this. Okay. So the Grayson family, I may as well do them now. The Grayson family, the little girl, I forget her name, Lilith, I think. She motions to you. She wants to whisper in your ear.
Okay.
So you bend down to listen to her whisper.
Yes.
Great. She whispers in your ear. "There's not much food here."
I know there's not much food now, but we'll have to send a few people out to look for some more.
And then her mother sort of pushes her aside a little bit. She gives you a really stern look. There's almost nothing left. By the end of the week, we're dead. The entire refugee camp. It's more people coming, no food coming in. It's a dire situation.
We'll have to figure out something. Seems like one of the last places we could go.
You're Alright. This seems the safest place we've seen. Since we're having a meeting, maybe some of the other people might bring it up, but perhaps you should emphasize it.
I'll do that.
Alright. So that's taken care of. For Snow, you hear someone whistling. An old rhyme that you remember from your past. About a certain Lugus the Daft.
Mm-hmm.
And a memory comes to your mind.
Okay.
That there is someone who could help.
Is that all that I recall?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. And so a little while passes. Ben is just laying. He's not able to move except for his eyes. But then suddenly you feel a sharp pain and then you're able to move.
Yeah. So I guess I'll head out to everyone else if the meeting is starting soon. And I'll see if it started already or not.
Okay, great. So the archaeologist, he sees that you're standing again, and he was just stroking his beard, wondering what he was going to do. And he sees you, and he motions you over.
Yeah, I'll go over.
And he motions to your friend,
Yeah.
tells him to come. And he tells the both of you, I'm not sure if these people are gonna respect me, but as long as your men are here, just tell them to encourage trust in me, and we'll get things done.
Yeah. So I guess everyone's here, right?
Yeah, everyone's here. Pretty much.
Then I'll try to signal to Geir to get him to say something.
All right.
And he will start by saying we're in a dire situation, everyone. There's little food left, and most of the world is gone as we know it. We brought everyone here, so you can come with ideas on how we can fix this. This here is one of our leaders from before all this happened, and this dwarf, you can lay your trust in him. He's a good man, and yeah, I guess anyone has any idea on how to proceed in this dire time?
And just so it's clear, he was speaking with I gave him control of a character, just so that way he could sort of interact in this this first roleplay session.
This human is speaking, not the bird.
Yeah, just so it's clear, because he sort of can't talk, so it would have been kind of boring for a first roleplay session.
Mm-hmm.
So I just gave him a little character, so that's who was speaking. So he motions, the dwarf motions, I believe that gnome.
Yes, well, I was going to suggest something. Now, it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but it is a bit untraditional. Now, I've been speaking to a colleague, and he suggests that we use necromancy to take on the darkness. Now, it might be a bit far fetched, everyone. Now, just just settle down. But I believe in desperate times it calls for desperate matters, and we need to fight fire with fire. In this case, we need to fight darkness with necromancy. Any other suggestions, feel free, but I believe that that is our best course of action.
The crowd doesn't seem to react negatively, but they don't react positively. They're just sort of, all right.
I also know of an untapped army we could use, one that should be unaffected by the darkness. An army of golems that the dwarves built centuries ago. Unfortunately, we were not able to summon it before our city fell, so we will need brave people to go forward with me and help bring the army here.
Snow wishes to interject. Snow has been tasked with introducing those that may help us perhaps retrieve these golems. Simply for the sake of not alarming anyone. Snow has not much to say. But they should arrive when they do, and that they wish to aid us.
The dwarf looks very skeptical at you, Snow, and so who are they?
Snow is not entirely sure, but Snow suspects them to be Lehman.
Okay. So if anybody wants to know what that means, they may know what it is if you want to roll on it.
Yeah, I'll
I
make a
roll
roll.
on it.
Yeah.
What would the roll be, though?
History, I think.
History.
Oh, wonderful.
At least it's plus something. 1.
It's
No,
not
I got
for
a
me.
14.
Got a 15.
I have a 13.
I got 14 as well.
All right.
I got a 1 because of my negative.
So Mossbeard has no idea what he's talking about. But
None whatsoever.
anybody who got 15 or higher, which I think
That's
there's only
one.
one.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, so 2. So 2 people know what he's talking about. It's an ancient nursery rhyme that is about a dwarf named Lugus the Daft. And one day he went into the woods and he saw a person and he thought that he could make fun of them really easily, so he just spat out some insults. And they turned him into an ape man. And the Leemen are basically half ape, half people. So anybody who got that role, they're like, they actually know what that means. But everybody else just sort of confused. Most of the people in the crowd are just sort of confused. They have no idea what he's talking about. But the archaeologist seems to know what he's talking about. And he just looks very skeptical at you.
Snow will return his gaze.
And that's all that interaction. Doesn't do anything else. So if anyone else has any other fairy tale ideas...
I do not have a fairy tale, but I do know that if these people do not get new food, or if we do not find more food, then I don't think that they would last more than 4 days. We do need to battle the darkness, that's true, but we will lose the war if we cannot find food within a few days.
The dwarf ponders this. Yes, I've been aware of our food shortage. I'm not sure what to do about it, though.
Mossbeard stamps his staff into the ground to get everybody's attention.
They're looking.
Aye. One thing I have noticed about these dark creatures. If you can take them down without killing them, it peels away the darkness, leaving only the animal or the monster behind. Or the human or elf or dwarf or such. If we can face down these creatures as they come out of the darkness without destroying them, we will have our food supply.
The dwarf ponders this a bit. Dangerous work. Who would do this work?
I'll go.
I will gladly go. And those worthy of standing with me will help me in the end when we bring back the golems.
Snow will do this. He knows the area well.
I
I'll
can come along as well, I suppose.
I'll just say what Frizzlepok said in his own voice.
Right?
I will also help, but I ask one thing in return. I came
Yes.
here with some strange sort of people. They're concerned they won't be welcome in this camp, but I've assured them that since we're all sharing a common goal, everyone should be welcome here.
He ponders this again. He seems like he likes to ponder. He strokes his beard, mustache. Can they fight?
I don't know.
Bring them here. He looks like a king and he's just sort of got his hand in the air. So he's basically inviting you to go get them.
And I go and find Rayford.
Rayford is standing, just peeking out from behind a tree. He's kind of lumbering, but he's still doing his best to sort of stay hidden. What did they say?
They've asked to meet with you.
Under what conditions?
They didn't state any conditions.
He looks back at the group. They all seem to nod. And he just is ready to follow you. He doesn't speak or anything. He's just standing behind you. He looks ready to move.
Then I go back.
They follow you. And just for everybody else, they're 9-foot tall gray people. And they have sort of almond eyes, sort of. And they don't have very many facial features other than a mouth that seems to go ear to ear. And they're very tall and lanky, long arms, long legs, very relatively small torso. They have claws on their hands. They're not too appealing to look at. They're following him.
So if we were to make a guess as to what they were, should we roll nature or...
You can roll nature, or you can sort of roll and investigate to like pick out their features, see if you could, whichever's better.
Okay.
It's the same for me either way, so.
13 investigate.
All right. Anybody else want to roll on it?
Got
Yeah,
13
actually, it
nature.
never occurred to me to make an actual roll, so I have
That's,
a 22 investigation.
wow. Well, I don't
I will
think.
leave it to the others again.
All right. Well, as long as you guys are sharing information, and if he's honest, then he can just tell you off that 22. They're doppelgangers. Very clearly in their native form. They haven't changed into another species or anything. They're just in their native form. Perhaps the blackness has drained their ability to do so. You're not sure. But they're clearly doppelgangers.
Well,
So they're following you, and as they walk in, if anybody has anything to say before they get there, they can speak.
I have no idea what they are, so I'm not going to say anything.
All right.
Out of character, may I request a toilet break? I have the bladder of a squirrel, so
Sure, we can have a break. It's been a few hours, so
I concur.
All right,
we can
break.
adjourn
Yeah.
for a few minutes.
cool.
I guess I'll go to the bathroom too then.
Go ahead. Well, if anybody's here, I can talk. I guess everybody's gone. So yeah, while we're waiting, I may as well say something. I just was gonna say I definitely didn't expect you guys to go straight into the temple. That was all out of left field for me. So I figured, hey, they'll wait until the meeting and then decide what they're gonna do. So everybody just hopped on the train and got into the. So that was sort of a surprise for me. But I suppose it is a good idea to make sure your camp is safe before anything else. But yeah, I didn't expect you to go straight for that room.
Just one question. Did we enter the other floors, or did we only enter the top floor?
Just
Before.
the top floor.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah, so the top floor was just a single room with the unnatural darkness. But yeah, that's why I was kind of slow on the draw there for that. I didn't expect you to go straight for the room. But that's how D&D games work. Because you sort of took Ben's one of the few things that he actually could have brought up in the meeting. Because he already knew about that room, and one of his comrades had gotten into the trap. So he knew about that room. So I figured that would have been brought up in the meeting, but oh well.
Count on me as a player to always do the thing you least expect.
Yeah, I was just saying that I did not expect you guys to go straight for that room.
My thoughts were my character would go to the highest point he could find so that he could survey what was left of the area to try and see if there was anything he could see and figure out. And like every day he will be going up there to take estimates of how much the void is encroaching.
That's actually sensical, but I was just thinking, well, they'll wait for the meeting and then decide what they're gonna do. So then I'd actually have time to scramble whatever it is that they were gonna do, but you went straight for the room, so.
Yeah, I tend to mess DMs up quite a bit. They get used to it with me.
Yeah. And the stats I was using for that was giant wolf spider. Just a peek behind the curtain there.
Yeah, 1 more damage and I would have been insta-death.
Wow.
It took 15 damage and I have 8 total HP.
Ouch.
Yeah, they get
Kill me.
they get 1d6 plus 1 for the piercing, and then they get 2d6 for the poison.
Yeah,
So-
5 plus 11.
Well, if it weren't for being a dwarf and making my saving throw, I would have gone down on that first hit as well. Wouldn't have been a near-death one, but I would have gone down.
They were listed as 1/4, so I figured 6 players, 6 of them would be good.
Yeah. Just we were getting some bad rolls in there.
Yeah. I was getting bad rolls too.
Here I was
Everyone was
thinking this
just-
dice roller was so awesome because the first 2 rolls they gave me were an 18 and a 17, but since then it's been ugly.
I
Yeah.
got a 3 on the initiative.
Yeah.
Well, my last couple rolls have been 2 minus 1 is 1, 3 minus 1 is 2. Because they were intelligence-based stuff.
Yeah, for everybody who just got here, I was just saying that I didn't expect you to go straight for that top chamber. I was figuring that everybody was gonna, we're gonna call a meeting, we're gonna discuss what we're gonna do then, but everybody just went straight for that room and was okay with it, so I was just like, okay, go for that room.
So can we consider the room a short rest for the purposes of maybe getting some hit points back?
You could have rested in the room, and you could have rested while waiting for the meeting, because it took so long for the meeting to start, because I was waiting for Ben. So I made the archaeologist be like, where is he? Sort of thing. So that's why I let him come back so easily.
Yeah.
But it was only an hour, so I was like, they could just wait an hour for everybody to get up and get to the meeting anyway, so.
Alright,
figured that
then
was
I
fine.
am back to full health.
So anybody who's hurt, that was
So just roll 1d8, right?
Plus your Constitution modifier.
No, I have 0.
Thank God for being a dwarf.
Yeah, I got 2 HP back.
You did
I still have the healing word, right? So
Yeah, you still have that HP, so you're adding the
Yeah.
dice roll on top of it.
And Fizzle Rocket should get 1 spell slot back.
Ah, yes, yes. Is there anywhere where I could note that down on my character sheet, like how many spell slots I've used, or should I just?
Yeah, it's on
you
the,
can.
third
It's
page.
third side. Yeah.
And you'll see there's a little sort of bunch of lines for each level spell, and there's a slots total and a slots expended box.
Yeah. Brilliant.
And of course, level 0, you can cast willy-nilly. Because those are cantrips.
Yeah. Both of my cantrips are attacks.
Yeah, I noticed that. Shillelagh is pretty good for, especially your character being a former military commander.
Yeah, I intend to get him into heavier armor when I can.
Well, for now, you might have to stick with what you got, but later on, you'll be able to have opportunities to find people, items, whatever you need.
Right. Oh no, I understood that. I mean, that's
Oh, yeah.
the eventual thing.
Yeah, I know. I was just making sure. Anyway, so we ready to get back into it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. So they're walking back, and what I was gonna say before I said, does anybody else have anything to say, was that the archaeologist immediately recognizes what these things are. So you can see a look of shock over his face, but everybody else is just like, I've seen those on the way in, sort of thing. They're not too surprised or shocked by it. And the archaeologist is like, he's trying to cover up his surprise, but immediately you could tell his eyes were wider than his face, sort of thing. And now he's just, so, do you have a leader? And Rayford steps forward and is like, he bows, and the archaeologist is like, what can you do for us? Rayford looks back at them. They seem to nod. It seems as though they're of like mind. And he walks over to one of the thugs, and he stretches out his hand like this. He's just like, and the thug is sort of confused, and then he points down to the knife on his belt. The thug is warily going to give it to him. Puts it in his hand. He's like, he looks back at them, and then they expertly start flipping the knife around, and he tosses it to another one. They can do the same thing. They each can sort of expertly handle a knife, it seems. And then one of the guys throws it back at Rayford. He catches it, and he's just like, he gives it back to the guy, and he takes it, and he's like, as if he's like just been like, that guy's way better than me, sort of thing. And Rayford looks up at the guy, and his arms are folded, and the archaeologist is like, good, get to work. He just sort of dismisses them, even though they're at a meeting, and they just sort of file into the crowd. Doesn't seem like they're being received negatively at all. So that's all good. Does anybody have anything else they would like to bring up in the meeting?
So Geir would like to step up again, and I'm next to him now. And he says if we're gonna get an army or something like that to fight this darkness, we can always try to reclaim Palazza della Montagna. We have a lot of capable fighters in the mountains there. But I really do think food should be our first priority because we're almost out.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt for a second. He said, I'll put it in the chat. But the name of the place. Just a second. He's just saying this name of the place that he's from. Here it is. I just have a bunch of random notes put together. Copy that. You can decide whether you've heard of it or not. It's a big city. And if you were to translate that into English, it's basically the Palace of the Mountain. So it's...
I would assume that my clan probably knows of the city, being we are also from the mountains.
Yeah, it's like a Roman style city. It's built into the side of a mountain, and there's like cobblestone streets, that sort of thing. And a lot of the stone would have come from Shalarni to build it. So if you're familiar at all with the past and stuff, you would have known that immediately. Stone houses and stuff like that.
Right.
So he brought that up. Is there anything else that anybody else can think of that might be immediately needed but didn't get brought up? Such as water or anything like that? And since I brought it up, I may as well do that. They will discuss things like that. Like the other people will bring up objections and stuff. And water is one of the things that they bring up. They don't have a steady source of water, like a river going through here. So most of the people are unfamiliar with the area, so they would like to know where a fresh source of water is. So if you could topographical, like...
Did I see any while I was up on top?
You didn't see any, it must have been blocked by the canopy.
Did we see any from the city we traveled to, or from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would I be able to locate the source of water?
You could easily find a source of water, but
Wilderness
as far...
survival roll.
Yeah, I was gonna just say, just do a roll, and based on the roll, I'll see if you pass by a river or not. So roll a d20.
19.
Everyone or?
Well, I have +5 to my survival roll, so.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
24.
Wow. That sounds like a nat 20.
Yeah, that was a natural 20. +4 for...
All right. Well, your particular group did pass by a river, so you think you can remember basic directions to it. So
They just walked alongside a river all the way here.
pretty much.
I think I know where a river might be. The way we came in, there was quite a few watering spots.
Yep, that's good. And just so you know, for backstory purposes, you actually had to ford it, like you had to go across it to get here. So So you would definitely be able to give basic directions to anybody who wanted to know where it was.
Okay.
Any other things that people can think of? Because I might bring up a few others.
Well, I got a 19, and I came via underground, so maybe I knew of an underground river.
An underground spring. You might be able to build a well. Yes, so the Stone Mother, during her transportation, actually thought ahead on this, and she showed you where the source of an underground spring is,
Okay.
but there's no well, so you would,
So we'll have to dig to it.
yeah. It's pretty close by. It appears to be under one of the buildings in the ruins. So that's
Okay.
probably where the people in the city would have gotten their water from, but it appears that the well is gone.
I would hope that our archaeologist could oversee that project, being he's a dwarf himself.
If you were to tell him of this, he would be like, I suspected that there was a well there.
I tell him of it.
Okay, yeah, he'll just be like acting as if he already knew it was there, but you kind of suspect that he didn't know it was there. Because he's an archaeologist, so he was just like, I knew it, but he didn't know. So, yeah, he can excavate maybe a former well that was in there, if possible, but if it's not, then he can tell people how to build a basic well. So
that would take care of our water sources, one close and one, but it'll take time to get to it, and the other one a little ways away, but it's available right now.
Yeah.
We should probably go clear the way to the one available right now until our well is built at least.
Yep, so that could be a next course of action.
Probably a little bit of hunting as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do bring up that apparently in the camp itself, they're starting to have a rodent problem because obviously the rodents were trying to get away from the shadow as much as anybody else, and they all seem to have congregated in this area. So they have a bit of a problem with rats and things like that. That could help you with your food shortage, as long as people are willing to eat rat, which I don't think they would complain at this point.
Yeah, it's life or death. You eat what you have to.
Yeah.
Could we
So
like
that could temporarily solve your meat problem. Sorry.
Could we like assign some people to go and trap rats and hunt rats?
Yep. All right. There are other vermin too, like bugs, small bugs, and things like that. People eat those in certain countries, so I'm sure they would be okay with eating a few roast bugs if needed. Let me see if I had any other objections to bring up. I may as well say this. People have been, in the past 2 or 3 days, excuse me, people have been hearing some sort of noise. They aren't sure what it is, but it sounds like somebody, so it sounds like a person doing something, going, but they aren't sure what the noise is because they never got close enough to hear it. They've heard that. Heard that some people on their way in here, something attacked them and it incapacitated the people who were attacked by it. It looked humanoid, kind of reddish skin. So that may be a problem later on. There was a few of them, like 2 or 3 of them, attacked somebody. And they left the body there because they were just scared, ran away. So there's maybe a few bodies, people who have been attacked by this thing. And let me just have a look here. People have reported a pile of grass and leaves and stuff. It moved when they got close to it, and they retreated. So that's something that you might want to keep in mind while wandering through the forest, that something moved the ground, or it's very vague. They aren't very specific. They
Do
just
we have locations for any of these things?
not for the noise, the humanoid noise. It's been different places. The people don't seem to agree on where it is, so I don't know. And
The red-skinned attackers?
the red-skinned attackers, those were north. Well, it's not north because you're technically on the North Pole. This place is on the North Pole, so it's not north. It's south, but on the eastern side, this is how I would describe it. This temple's built on the North Pole, so direction is going to be a little bit confusing, but you seem to know where that is. They seem to have a nest maybe there. You're not sure. And the moving ground, it seems to be in the complete opposite side of the encircled area, but it's only like 2 or 3 miles away, whereas the red-skinned attackers are about 4 or 5 miles the other way. So if there's any refugees in the woods, they might get attacked by it. It might be a priority. Let me see on this list. Just reports of natural wildlife interacting with wildlife from other places. So, like wolves attacking spiders, or bears attacking wasps, that sort of thing. Things that you might not see normally. And of course, the shadow creatures sometimes appear, scare people. You're not sure what they're doing. They're just randomly strewn about, those ones.
Well, guys, which do you think maybe we should investigate first? The moving pile of grass or the red-skinned attackers?
I think the attackers seem like a serious threat.
Snow would have to agree.
That would have been my thought, except that maybe the grass is closer to the encampment.
That's exactly why I put it there. It's not moving, but it's close, or things that move that are far away. So those are some options that you can weigh.
And I'm willing to go along with the party's decision, so I think the red-skinned attackers are probably more dangerous.
Tales of moving grass sound like nothing but foolishness.
I will trust the group's decision. I'm sure you collectively are all far more intelligent than a simple old gnome. So you make the decision and I'll follow.
Well, since I have my suspicion these red-skinned attackers might be hobgoblins, I think they're a serious threat.
Snow is in favor of pursuing them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. then we shall head out.
All right. So, just so you know, the meeting is ending when you're deciding this. Since you've been technically appointed, since you were the only ones who volunteered to go out, they're basically going to appoint you to do any of the dangerous work. So, just to skip and streamline it a little bit, they're just going to say, okay, if you want to go after one of these things on the list, go ahead. And
Before,
okay, go ahead.
Before we leave, I'd like to repeat the thing about the well in for the archaeologist.
The archaeologist nods and is like, it'll be done. But also, just as you're about to leave, the archaeologist, you see him jogging, but he's sort of pudgy, so he's like trying to catch up to you. Do you stop or just let him suffer?
I'll stop.
Yeah, I'll stop.
All right. So I'll take that as a decision for the group. You guys stop, and he's just like, and he looks towards the Mossbeard, and he's like, "Do you have a minute to talk?"
Sure. What do you need?
If everybody stays there, then they can listen in. He's just going to look at your garb, and he's going to say, "You're an acolyte of the Stone Mother?"
That I be.
I thought they were gone.
The Stone Mother saved me when the gods forsook me.
Oh. He ponders this for a minute. Well, could you help grow plants or something?
Maybe in time. I am new to this, though.
He just bows his head and puts his hand up, and he's fine. I was just checking for untapped resources here. Be on your way. And he just sort of walks back to whatever he was doing.
Right. Then I call out to him, just to come back real quick.
He turns around and he sort of jogs again, but he's definitely not a runner. He's more you surmise that he was probably more the indoorsy type.
So I say, I heard your conversation. My family, we've all been farmers our whole lives. I believe I can help you with making crops, but it will take time.
He nods. You are a warrior first. Maybe we will consult you later.
Okay. Sorry to stop you.
He just waves his hand, and he continues on back to gathering some people, probably looking at trying to get the well situated.
I almost feel like calling him back again just to see if I can make him pass out.
Yeah, you figure that he spends most of the time at that desk. He doesn't really do much of the digging. He gets people to do the digging for him.
Oh yeah, I wanted to give that bracer to one of the two wizards, the two mages.
All right. One of them wants
if it's going to be offered around, I do not mind taking it, but you can dish it out as you wish.
Seems a much more magey or whatever you people call yourselves thing. Nothing I could use. And I hand it over to, I'm going to mess up your name, Fizzle.
Frizzle Procket. You can call him
Frizzle
Frizzle if it yes.
Frizzle
You can
Pocket.
just call him Frizzle if you prefer. That's could be a nickname.
Well, being a dwarf, I might even just call you Frizzy.
Yeah.
There you go, Frizzy.
Sure. So I accept it and chuck it up in the air and examine it a bit. This is the first piece of wealthy attire that he has in a while. So he puts it on without thinking about it and carries on.
Yep, and as you were using detect magic before, you're kind of aware that it's a focus, and if you channel magic into it, something might happen. So just be aware that it could have detrimental effects depending on what you do to it.
That said, I'd like to look at those notes and journals from the chest.
Perfect. As you're traveling, I can just say that stuff. But if you guys are just going to travel, start traveling.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Seeking out the red-skinned ones.
Okay. So while you're looking at the notes, it seems to be the journal of a former high priest. And they're very old pages, and if they weren't stuck together, like staying together in your hand, you would think just by looking at them they would fall apart in your hand. They're pretty old, and they appear to be written on leather rather than just paper, which might be odd to you. You're looking through the notes. It's just basically daily logs. One of them is just a daily log. I did this many healings. We got this much in donations, that sort of thing. Some of the language is a bit old, like ye old English sort of thing. But you can basically decipher it. And so that's one journal. Another journal appears to be this pretty much the same thing, except for it has like personal notes. So like, I wasn't feeling very good today, blah blah blah. But there are some loose pages, and on these, they seem to be like hastily scribbled, and some of the pages mention going into a deep slumber. He's not too sure what's happening, but everybody seems to be leaving. Maybe a little bit. There's a little bit there about the magic isn't as strong here, sort of thing. So you might be thinking, well, this is the exodus from here to go to more magically attuned areas. That's sort of what it's describing. And he describes that he is going to sit on the top of something to sleep. You're not sure what that means.
Mm-hmm.
The word it doesn't translate.
We'll poke at that later when we get back to camp. But for now, I'll just focus on what we're in the middle of actually doing right now.
Alrighty. I was glad to get that out there. Alright, so I'm just gonna do something here. Have a random rolling thing to see what you encounter, because I have many interesting things that can happen. So,
While you're looking at that, just a quick question.
sure.
There was a big statue of a dragon near this temple, right?
It's wrapping all the way around and on top. The statue is silver. You never really examined it. I guess you can examine it when you go back, or I could say that you have
Well,
examined
just
it a
based
little
on the
bit.
notes, I'm getting some ideas. So,
Alrighty. Okay, let me see what we got here. Ooh, this is wonderful. So, as you're walking along, you're about 3 or 4 miles out. You're assuming that you're getting close to where your destination is, but you don't see any dead bodies laying around or anything, so you figure it's probably a little bit further. And you hear a noise, kind of like a whimpering or something. It's fairly loud. You don't see anybody nearby, but you hear. It's a little bit out of your way, but off to your left or right. What? Off to your right.
Can I just roll for stealth?
Go ahead.
I roll a 3. No, I roll a 4. Plus 7, so 11.
Okay, that's better than 4. I was like, you rolled a 4 for stealth and you're a rogue?
Yeah, 4 plus 7, so.
Okay, that's a lot better. Okay. Anybody else want to react to this sudden hearing of this noise?
So we cannot see where the noise is coming from.
It's coming from the side. Like if you were to turn your head toward it, you could hear it. It's coming from that direction, but you can't see the source.
Okay. Maybe we should walk towards the source and see what's whimpering.
Does anybody object to that?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
He'll be on guard.
however, yeah, cautiously.
I
Alrighty.
think I'm moving stealthily over, but I'm really not.
Well, you're doing better than 4. So, as you're walking, you see nothing at first. But then there's like it looks like a bush. And inside of that, there's like a person, a very large green person, hunched over, just with his face in his hands, just going.
Oi!
So you're going to shout at him.
Yells out. Yeah.
All right. The figure just goes. What?
What are you doing out here all alone?
Can't you see I'm crying?
But why?
And the figure is still sobbing, but he sort of shambles around, looks really weak. It looks almost as if he hasn't eaten in a while, sort of emaciated, but he's really tall and green, and he just looks kind of unpleasant. His hair's all over the place. He's only wearing a loincloth, and he's got a. You notice as he's getting up, he's carrying like a club around, and he's just trying to look over at you, but he's not sure where you are yet. He's like, "Where are you?"
Down here.
And he looks down at you, and he sort of like a baby crawls towards you a little bit, but he leaves his club behind him, and he just crawls over to you and just sort of lays down on the ground, and he's sobbing, and he's just like, "What do you want?"
Again. Why are you crying?
And he He looks at you right in the eyes, water pouring down his face, and he's just like, my tribe is dead.
So is my entire clan, but you don't see me crying over it.
He just puts his hand in his face and he's crying and he's just like, but where do I go?
So what is this? Do
Snow
you know?
will
It's
lean
over.
on his quarterstaff, and he'll say, "Forgive the short one's rudeness, but he is right. We have all lost."
What did you say, Ben?
I say forgive the short one's rudeness. Just the same thing again.
You just gonna repeat me?
Yeah.
Well, that's part of his character. That's one of the few things he can do. So he's just like, why are you crying?
To cry would solve no problems.
He's just resting his face in his hand. What is left? There's nothing left.
There is nothing left if you fail to survive. But if you survive, then your people live on.
You see him pondering this deeply and crying still, and I'm gonna get you to roll a persuasion check.
Ugh. Intimidation I could do. Persuasion's gonna be ugly. Let's see. And that is a 3.
Just sobs louder. Didn't work.
Well, I say we leave him to his pain and misery.
Yes, as much as I would love to sit here and counsel the crying green giant, I think we should be getting on. I don't think we should really be standing back and consoling the depressed.
There's no help for that one.
Continue
inclined to
sobbing.
agree.
What?
I'm inclined to agree.
Oh. All right.
I'm gonna ask him his name.
Rock thrower.
Rock thrower. We're gonna come back eventually, but just stay strong for now.
He reaches out to you. Oh, wait. Where did you guys come from?
I came from a farm, but it's gone now. Now we stay in some ruins.
He seems to be clamoring for anything that you have to say about these ruins. He's like, ruins? Where? Are there people like me there?
I haven't seen anyone else like you, but you shouldn't give up hope. Hope is all that we have.
He just has this face. And if you're going to continue to walk away, he's going to be like, but what? Oh.
Snow does not wish to be rude, but we are on an important job to ensure the survival of those at the ruins. If you will just wait here, when we return, we will show you the way back.
He perks up immediately as soon as you say that he can come with you, basically. He's just like, really?
Of course.
Oh, Thank you. Most people think trolls are evil, but you guys are nice. Nice little ones.
And Frizzleprocket says quietly to the group, "Now, I do not mean to be rude, but we do have a food and water crisis. Now, if we bring back a troll such as this one, he may eat and drink all of our precious water and food."
And he may be invaluable in helping us get more.
He will have to earn his keep. If he doesn't, then he will die.
We will discuss that later.
You see him, if you're going to walk away, you see him just going towards his mound of grass stuff, and he just picks it up and puts it on his back, and he just sits there, and he's like, I'll wait here.
We
I
shall
made a
return.
wisdom check to memorize the location. Got a
Sure.
15.
Well, it's memorized. So you can get back there, no problem.
Okay. I suggest we carry on.
Agreed.
Yes.
So we get back on the trail of the red-skinned ones.
Alright. So that solves that problem. As you continue, you surmise that you were pretty close where you were before. And you continue on just for a couple more minutes. And the sun is in the sky. The sun isn't affected by whatever's doing this, so that's something. The sun's still there. And it's about halfway in the sky, so it's maybe a little bit past noon. And as you're walking, let me get a perception check from everybody.
Yeah, I rolled a 4 again, so it's 4 plus 4 this time.
25!
A final 20.
Wait, what is this skill?
Perception.
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 It's a wisdom.
Based on your wisdom,
Right.
if you're not trained. I got a 25, nat 20.
13.
Okay, so Mossbeard is sort of leading the way, and he's looking around at the ground, trying to look for bodies, and he's sort of looking ahead. He doesn't see anything ahead, but when he's looking at the ground, he notices something. It's, who was it who got a 3?
I got the 8 total.
I had a 3.
All right. So he sees you about to trip over a dead body, and he just puts his hand in front of you to stop you, and he points out, there's a body there. And everybody can see the body.
Thank you.
Hey. We must be getting close now. Keep your eyes peeled.
Does
I'll check the
anybody
body.
wish... Oh, what was that?
I'll check the body.
That's what I was just about to ask. Is anybody going to check the body? Okay. Body is... It appears like rigid. Fingers are all like this. And his face is in anguish and horror. He just saw his death. And he's just like this.
I was thinking more about checking his pockets.
Okay. Well,
Can
you
those
can
good
do that.
Samaritans among us roll a medicine to see how he died?
He has 3 copper.
3
in his
copper.
pocket. So you can put that in your possessions.
Yeah.
And he has a simple like survival knife sort of thing. You can put that as a throwing knife or just a survival knife, and you can throw it.
Yeah.
It just has the stats of a regular knife, so regular throwing knife. And he has clothes if you want to take those.
No, they seem too burnt.
Alrighty. He gets to keep his clothes.
Can I roll medicine to see how he died?
Sure.
$23.
Careful. So 23 gets you everything. You're looking at him. It appears like he had a slightly quicker like decomposition process, which is why he's so rigid. Even though people have only been coming through here maybe a few weeks since they've been coming through here, so he seems like a mummy almost. So the skin is like really taut. All the liquid in his body is gone. And the most striking thing is when you lift up his shirt, you see what looks like something went in and his skin just went back to the way it was. So it's got like, it looks like something went inside of his stomach.
Ooh.
When you mean like inside, do you mean like a hole or just like
Yeah,
a dip?
it's like a hole, except like the skin just went back to the way it was. So like the ripping and stuff, it looks like, well, if you could imagine it, like a tiny Keebler elf just went inside and patched up the roof, sort of thing. That's sort of what it looks like. It's reformed back up, but it's not healed or anything.
Fraser Brocker would just take some notes of the key details of that just for future reference.
Alrighty. You can choose to do whatever you want at this point.
I think there's something very dangerous out here. We should all be careful.
It smells foul.
That it does. Anything more you want to do with the body?
As much as Frizzle Brock would probably love to get down on his hands and knees, he understands that there's a food and water crisis, so he feels that it's probably best not to slow the group down by fiddling around.
All right.
I'm going to actually take my staff and punch at the stomach.
So you're going to prod the hole?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a second here. Something is going to happen.
And as you go to prod the hole, I will move back in disgust at what you're doing.
Okay.
By gods, what's wrong with you, man?
I think there's something in him.
The body does move unnaturally, so like as if something inside it is going back and forth and is displeased with you poking it.
Snow suggests burning immediately.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just firebolt the corpse.
All right. It doesn't miss. I'm not going to make you roll or anything. The body catches on fire immediately. It's not like you have to do damage and then it immolates. It's just on fire immediately. And you hear squealing inside of it as something shoots out and goes into a tree. And it's sitting on top of the tree branch. It looks kind of like a slug. And it's just sitting on the tree branch, like squirming, trying to keep itself from being lit aflame.
Snow thinks we should burn that too.
Mm.
Can we try to identify it?
You can try to identify it.
What would you like us to roll?
I would say nature.
A 5 get me.
Oh, the 3
5
get
will
me.
get you that it looks like a slug, and it's not very happy that you tried to burn it.
Can I try to toss the knife at it?
You can roll if you have do you have the throwing dagger?
No, the one I just picked up.
Lay down.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you have like the stats for a throwing dagger?
Isn't it a D4 plus my dex?
Yeah, that's the damage, but I'm talking about like for hitting.
Yeah, to hit. And I'm proficient, so it should be dex plus proficiency, right?
Yep.
All right.
So it's a 7 to hit. Does that miss? 2 plus 5.
That misses. It just bounces off the branch and it sort of skitters to the side. Doesn't seem like it's attacking you. It just seems sad that you burnt its home. It sort of makes a
I'm going to spit poison spray at it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Con save for it.
Harm this thing.
Con save. Okay. Let me just check here. It has no bonus. Ooh. I got a 16.
It made the save. It takes no damage.
Yay! It squeals a bit and then looks down at you. You will now notice that it has 2 eyes, beady little eyes, and it's looking down at you. And its mouth opens and it sticks out its tongue and it goes. Bleh. It doesn't seem aggressive still. Still not trying to attack you or anything like that.
So what
Can I-
Frizzle Rocket? Oh, yeah, go for it.
Can I go around the tree and just pick up my dagger again?
You can look for your dagger, do an investigation to find your dagger. You're not sure where
Okay.
it bounced.
That's plus. It's a 8.
So what did you get?
8.
8?
5 plus 3. Yeah.
So while these guys are looking at this thing, you're sort of patting the ground, looking for this thing. Takes you about 5 minutes, so you're out of it for about 5 minutes to find it.
Yeah.
Well, these guys are trying to interact with this thing.
So Frizzle Rocket is going to try and cast Mage Hands. Now I'm asking. It says it cannot carry more than 10 pounds. How heavy is this thing roughly? This slug-like creature.
Well, it's tiny, so I'll say it lifts it.
Okay, so I'll try and I'll cast the hand and slowly just try and cup the slug, sort of let it climb onto my hand or the magical hand, and then I'll slowly lower it down to the group so that we can all have a good old gander at it.
It flicks its tongue at it, and then it just sort of calmly climbs on to the mage hand and just looks at you. Doesn't do anything else.
Well, I got it down. Now everyone else can figure out what it is. Here we go. And I just woof the mage hand towards everyone's face. The slugs right in their personal space.
Snow's gonna reel back. Now surely this is foolishness now. Snow wants no part of this thing.
And yeah, Mossbeard will swing his staff.
Okay, roll the hit.
And he misses badly.
What did
Not a
you get?
fumble, but I got a 7.
Yep. That is not its armor's class, so it jumps out of the mage hand and just looks up at you.
It isn't hostile, everyone. We probably don't need to harm it.
Could probably just move on. Or kill it.
Snow believes we've wasted enough time already.
I agree.
Alright, so are you
Step
going
on the
to...
damn thing and let's be done with it.
So far, the attempts have failed to step on it.
Let's just go.
Unfortunately, this thing is blessed, so, you know.
It's going to just walk past it. It's going to watch you.
And we continue our search.
Alright. Make a perception check, everyone.
18.
15.
14.
Not so perceptive this time. 9.
5.
I actually rolled higher than my modifier for once, so I got a 17.
Alright. So you're going along, and anybody who got above 15 would see this. It appears like something is dug in this area, like a little hole, kind of like a little one-person tunnel that you could just sort of crawl through. Just barely big enough for one person.
You cannot make Snow go in there.
And you cannot make a decrepit old man surely climb through there, could you?
I'm not sure if I can fit, but I ain't no coward. I'll go.
That's probably for the best.
Snow wants no part of such dark, cramped space.
So you are going to go in?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So as you begin to crawl in, you notice that it doesn't seem to change size or anything. It's just you could keep crawling for a little bit, but otherwise there's no change for a little while if you choose to keep crawling.
Yeah, might as well. Got to find out where it goes.
Okay. Keep crawling, keep crawling, keep crawling. And after about... Everybody on the outside has been waiting like 5 minutes. And he's still not out of there. So you've been crawling for about 5 minutes. And then you notice a little opening. But you can't really see very well. It's... you've got dark vision, of course. So you can see a little bit. But it's sort of like dirt is falling down in front of you, and it's really hard to see, but the passage opens up a little bit so that way you could like crouch and keep going.
Okay.
But and a little bit ahead, like less than 10 feet, it turns sharply to the left, and that's all you can see.
Well, how far underground am I?
You've been crawling for about 5 minutes, so maybe 30 feet.
Alright, but I'm able to crouch, so I'm able to turn around at least, and I'll call back to them. This goes on quite a ways.
Anybody who's listening outside the thing, after about 3 seconds after he said it, you hear echoing exactly what he said.
I don't think we can all investigate that. We may as well just move on. The creatures we're concerned about couldn't fit in here, so
Snow wants no part of dark, damp holes.
All right, I'm coming back.
Okay, so you're gonna start going back?
Yep.
Alright. As you're going back,
we should have tied a rope to him.
as you're going back, you hear a noise. And just beyond, if you could, you have enough space to be able to turn around to look back, but it's not that cramped. So you look back at this noise that you hear, and you see a red humanoid thing. It's crawling, and it looks over at you, and it sees that you're in its hole. It's not moving at the moment, but it's just looking at you. Do you choose to panic, go faster?
No,
So you're just
I'm
gonna.
not gonna panic. I'm gonna crawl backwards out of the hole so I can keep my eye on it, though.
All right. So you manage to. It's a bit of a tight space to turn around, so you sort of turn around, and it doesn't seem aggressive towards you at the moment. It's just looking at you. Its face kind of. Well, dark vision is sort of grayscale, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't exactly know that it's red, but if you're skilled at seeing things in dark vision, you would see. You'd probably be able to discern that it's a red creature. And its face kind of looks like a frog. Like the maw of it kind of looks like a frog, and the rest of it kind of looks like a frog, but it's got humanoid proportions. Like the legs and arms are kind of like people arms, but sort of like oriented in a way that looks like a frog, kind of. And it's just looking at you at the moment.
Well, I'll just keep slowly backing out the hole, keeping an eye on it.
Are we
Great.
aware of anything that's going on in the hole? Like, are we aware of this creature from outside, or?
You can hear like him shimmying around, but you can't see anything. It's quite a distance
Frizzle
away.
Crockett will pop his head into the hole and just say, "So, what do you see down there?"
Okay, so couple seconds.
There's some type of creature down here, and it looks like it's got red skin. But it's not attacking.
Well, come out of it as quickly as possible, and let's see if we can maybe interact with the creature, see if he's friendly.
Can I start taking the hemp rope and putting it down in the hole?
You can certainly start doing that if you wish. There's no obstacles, so you can start doing it.
Well, and I'm continuing to crawl backwards out of the hole.
Alright. This thing, it's sort of trying to keep pace with you, but you're not getting further away from it, really. It just keeps looking at you as it's crawling down the hole.
As long as it doesn't attack, I'm just going to keep backing up.
Wonderful. So, about 3 or 4 minutes later, it's still been keeping pace with you, but as soon as it sees light behind you, it goes, and it starts lunging forward faster.
Okay.
Did the rope get to him? Because I was throwing rope to
Yes,
him.
the rope did get to him a little ways back, but I sort of streamlined it a little bit. So he could have tied it to himself if he wished.
I would have. And at the same time I give a tug on the rope, I do acid spray forward.
Alright,
And
this
I start
creature
putting.
is not too happy about that. So is that just a con save? No.
Yeah, con save.
Alright. thing. 15.
That makes it safe, so it takes no damage.
It coughs and it seems stunned slightly. It's not able to keep chasing you at the moment.
And like I said, as the bonus action, I gave a tug on the rope.
Yeah, and I
Alright.
start
We're
pulling
going.
it.
Alright, so you come out of there less than a minute later, like a few seconds later, because they're pulling you and you're moving quite fast. And that thing is, you can hear it coughing. It's still sort of reeling from getting hit by that. It's not moving at the moment. Do you
Okay.
wish? What do you wish to do at this point?
At this point, I just want to get out of the hole.
Well, you're out. You're out of the hole.
Then I suggest we close the hole off.
All right. You can attempt to start doing that if you wish.
There could be other ways in here.
Oh, I'm sure there is, but the hole goes pretty deep.
So this thing is still like trying to come out the hole as well, yeah?
At the moment,
It doesn't
it's
seem to like the light.
At the moment, it's sort of reeling from that attack. It didn't really expect to get hit in such a way, and it's sort of coughing, trying to make sure that it's okay, sort of thing, but you don't really see it. You just hear it going, sort of thing.
Well, if we try and get it close enough, I could try and see if I could communicate with it using magic.
How does one propose we do that?
Well, I don't know if he enjoys slug, but we could chuck the slug down there as a bit of bait, see if he's a hungry sort of fellow.
I thought we came here to get food, not to throw it away.
Well, I don't think a slug's of real use to anyone's digestive system, really. Well, maybe this creature down in the hole might like it.
That's true.
Snow suggests burning immediately.
Snow also suggests burning immediately.
If we just seal off the hole, it shouldn't be a problem.
Didn't the creature dig the hole to begin with?
At least not for now, anyway.
So are you gonna seal the hole, or?
Well, there's some that seem to want to send fire down there.
Well, if they wish to do that.
We could do the best of both worlds. Throw a bit of fire down there and seal it off for good measure, I say.
Hey, who has the oil?
Does anybody have oil?
I have 2 oil flasks.
Well,
I guess
stuff
I'll-
a cloth in one, and we can send it down there.
In all this time that we've been talking, what's the creature doing?
It seems to have recovered a little bit, but it's still not moving forward. It doesn't seem to have, like, as Mossbeard described it, it doesn't like light. It doesn't seem to have looked at the light at the moment, so it's not moving.
I'll just hand them 2 oil flasks.
All right. Handing them to who?
To the wizards. Or the wizard I saw casted firebolt.
All right. So now you have 2 flasks of oil. Do as you wish.
I don't think this is a long-term solution, but I chuck both flasks down the hole as far as I can and cast Firebolt.
Wonderful. Anything as this is happening? Is there anybody going to object or anything? just to make sure this is what we want.
As players, we're not doing a very good job of making allies.
All right. So he throws the flasks down. The creature seems confused. It makes a noise. And then you hit the thing with the fire, and you hear screeching, followed by, and it comes flying out of the hole full speed towards you guys. And it's not really paying attention to where it's going at the moment. It's kind of got fire on its face. So it's coming towards you.
This
Is it
one
like
is
running
tired
towards-
of creatures flying out of holes.
I'm gonna back away from the hole. Give it some space.
It sort of grabs its face, and apparently a lot of the oil got on its face, which is why it was so confused. And it's just holding its face, and it's standing up like a person. So that's something about it. And it's holding its face, and it just slams. It like falls forward and then starts slamming its face into the ground to get the fire to go out. And it's still fine. It's fine enough that it can get back up pretty quickly if you're worried about it attacking you.
I raise my staff in preparation for if it does. And cast Shillelagh.
Any other?
Sleep.
Just reciprocate that for everybody.
Yep.
All right. It gets up and it looks at you. It seems to look at. How do you pronounce your name? Inardo?
Indaro.
Indaro. Okay. Okay. So it looks at you, and it seems almost humanly angry. It wasn't just animalistic all along. It looks at you, and it's really angry, and words. You suddenly hear a voice in your mind. I'm going to send you a message on Facebook about that. So just a second. Where did I? Here it is.
So can we see what this creature properly is?
You can see it fully now. Yeah, it's standing right in front of you.
Okay, I guess we can make an investigation or whatever it would be under. Check.
Sure.
Cool. So let me just check my investigation. Okay.
If Indaro would like to respond, he can.
I rolled a 25, by the way, but you can do the interaction, and then I can see what it is afterwards.
Well, he can respond with his voice if he wishes, but he doesn't have to.
I'm pretty. I guess Fizzleprock would be very curious and quite cautious, so he just wants to take a step back and understand what this thing is before talking to it. Because he might be pretty upset that we chucked a bunch of fire down his hole and blew up his home.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
so
home wreckers.
did somebody make a roll for finding out what it is? It's nature.
Yeah. Oh, nature.
Nature?
Nature.
I'll make
Yeah.
a roll, but I ain't got much chance. Plus, I roll a 19. Minus 1 is 18.
I got
That's a pretty good roll. Anybody else?
I've got
15.
mine.
All right. Well, some people aren't sure what it is, but you've heard tell of creatures like this that come from. They don't come from this dimension. They are from another dimension, and they get very angry when they're burned. That's for sure. But I'm just getting the information here. Sorry.
I just pray it's not what I think it is.
This particular creature reproduces via scratching people using its claws, and it implants a tadpole, which is what you saw earlier. You now recognize in your mind, this is what I saw earlier, and they are called Sladdy.
Oh, it is what I thought it was.
So how much to recognize that? Because I rolled a 15. Or
You
I
rolled
got
a 15, you got all of them. You're not too sure which realm they come from, but they you know what they are.
They're not
Okay, so-
generally good.
Okay.
So who learned this information?
If you got 15 or above.
I say Snow suggests burn immediately again.
Snow understands this sentiment very well.
Don't let it touch you.
I say kill it. Now that I'm clearly sure what it is.
We've reached agreement then.
Okay,
Can
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this for everybody. A voice echoes in your mind. Why did you burn my home?
Can I toss a dagger at it and bonus action to hide?
If anybody... Combat hasn't started. It doesn't seem to be attacking you, even though you just burnt it.
I'm going to just ask, have you seen many of our kind lately?
Okay, great. It's going to whisper to you.
Okay. He's the one that's been killing our people. Only enough to feed his young.
Yeah, but he
know.
spreads his young in the bodies of our people. We cannot allow that kind of parasitic behavior.
I agree.
We killed our people.
And with that, I'm attacking.
Go ahead. It's not going to move. It sees you coming toward it. It's not moving.
I swing my shillelagh.
All right, roll for attack.
Hit an AC is 16.
You hit.
And did 8 points of damage.
Can I throw a knife as well?
Okay, so at this point, we're going to start initiative if you're just going to all attack it. So
Yeah.
I'll let him throw the knife, and then we'll start initiative.
15.
Okay, that hits.
And then 6 damage.
6 damage. Okay. just
1d4 plus 3, right?
Okay. 6 damage.
Wow. Natural 20 on my initiative.
Okay, so just a second here. How much damage did you do with the shillelagh again?
8.
8? Okay.
Yeah. And that counts as a magical weapon if that matters.
Uh,
Because I know some sled need magical weapons to hit them.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't have that.
Okay, I wasn't sure about the red slud. I know some of them do.
Yeah, since some of you got a high roll, then you would know that it has a slight resistance to some magics. And other magical effects. And it's also prone to regeneration.
Oh boy.
So, what's the initiative? So I heard someone got a nat 20.
22 for me with my nat 20.
Okay.
4.
5.
11.
10.
Natural 1 plus 0.
I would like to have my initiative rolls for my attack rolls.
Yeah.
Alright. Just a second here. Just gonna bring something up to make this a little bit easier. Because he has some health, so I'm just gonna bring up my calculator. Just to streamline this a little bit. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So, just have to give him his initiative roll. Sorry about that. Okay. So, okay. So, 22 goes first. You get to hit him again.
All right, we shall try. What the heck? Another natural 20.
Alrighty. So,
Double checking.
you-
No, you know what? It didn't roll the 20 for some reason. Hold on.
Alright.
Okay, total of 22 on the hit.
That's good enough.
And damage is 9.
Alright. You wallop it on the head. It doesn't seem too happy. So what was the next number? I forgot.
11, I think.
The next number was 11. Alright. Yep. It goes next then. It is going to say to everyone, "But it was only for my children!" And it's going to slash out at the nearest person, which is Mossbeard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get this out of the way. Okay, so I think, yeah, 12 to hit.
Misses. AC 15.
Alright. So it attacks with its claw. That misses. And it's going to try to bite you. For 13.
AC 13 misses.
Alright, so it's walking up and clawing at you and biting at you. It's missing, but it gets one more claw attack, and that's even worse. So it misses with that claw as well.
Thank God for the shield.
So that's that turn. Whoever's next.
Yeah, that would be me. I'll go behind it and attack it twice with my weapons.
Go for it.
First one's
If you
18.
actually circle around behind it, you have advantage.
Advantage.
I did not know
I know
that.
I have sneak attack, but
But you also get the sneak attack because I'm within 5 feet of it. But if you get behind it, we're on opposite sides of it, which grants advantage.
And I'm assuming that you circled around it far enough so that way it couldn't just swipe you. So that's fine. Go ahead.
then I'll roll with advantage. The second one is 20. So I guess that hits as well.
Yep, 20 hits. And you get
And
sneak
then,
attack, I think, on your first hit per round, I think.
Yeah,
Not sure how
one
that
hit
works.
per round. So I rolled 8 on the weapon attack, and then plus 6 sneak attack damage. So that's 14.
Wow.
Yeah, I rolled a 6 on a d6.
So you get up behind it and you hit it right in where its head connects to its skull, and it just cries out mentally into everyone's mind.
And my dagger as well, offhand. Does that also
Alright.
have advantage then?
Yeah, all
The-
attacks are made with advantage while we're on opposite sides.
Okay,
Alright.
then it's 22 to hit,
22 hits.
and it's 7 damage. 1d4 plus 3.
7.
Yeah, I rolled a 4 plus 3.
So you sunk your rapier right into where its neck connects to its head, and it cries out, and then you shank it in the side. It's not doing too well at the moment.
Yeah, that's my
End of
turn.
your turn? Yep, okay.
Okay,
Next up.
I had a 4. Did anybody roll
I
higher
had
than me?
10.
No, out of 5.
Okay.
So I'm gonna back the heck up, far as I can, and cast magic missile for what was it?
1d4 plus 1.
Yeah, 13 damage. All 3 at him, obviously.
13 damage total?
Yeah.
Wow, that was pretty good. Alright, it gets hit in the front of the chest, and it's just reeling back, its claws really long on its fingers. Before Mossbeard didn't notice the claws because they were folded in, they were like retractable claws, so its claws are flung out, and it's not too happy about what you just did.
Well, I already set his face on fire. At this point, I have to go for broke or run away.
Alright. So that's all you can do?
Yep.
Alrighty. Next.
Okay, so I guess that will be me. I will do the same. I'll back up and throw 3 magic missiles straight to the toad's face. Rolling. Oh, I got an 8 total for the damage. Oh, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus the 3 on the damage, so 11.
Wonderful. Yeah, this thing is getting pretty close to the ropes here. So he hits it again. It's like a fireworks show on this guy's face, and he's reeling back. He's trying to look as intimidating as possible, but he's not doing too good. Six on 1 is not in his favor. Next.
I believe that's me then.
Yep.
Snow is going to charge forward, spinning his quarterstaff in both hands as he attacks. That will be 22.
Yep,
And
that's good.
following it up with the unarmed attack as well. Yeah, that's gonna miss. So the let's see, the quarterstaff will do 9 damage.
Alrighty. Did everybody go yet?
Nope,
Or-
I still have 1 turn.
Okay.
So I run up and try to stab it. Roll the 7.
Clear enough. What
Well,
did
roll
you
the
get?
7 attack.
It was what?
7.
Sorry. 7?
Yeah.
Nope. So it after getting hit so much, it just moves out of the way based on being hit. It doesn't really look like it was dodging you. You just sort of whiffed because it got moved back from being hit so much. So.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. So I think it was Mossbeard. Next.
Yep, and let's see. We got a 16 to hit.
16 hits.
Okay, and we did 8 more damage.
Great.
And nobody's been hurt, right?
Nope, nobody has been hit yet.
Okay.
At this point, everyone besides the wizards should probably have advantage on their attack rolls for flanking.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay. So it's the Slad's turn. It's not doing too good.
But it regenerates.
A little bit. Not enough to keep up with 6 assailants. So what it's going to do is it is going to use its action to disengage, and it's going straight for the hole. It's going to go into the hole. So unless if anybody has anything to stop it, it is in the hole, and it's crawling a little bit down the hole.
Shoot down the hole when we're done. When it's our turns.
Yep, so it's, if you were looking in the hole, it's still visible, so you could snipe it off, but it's not too happy that it's about to get slaughtered by 6 assailants. So that's its turn.
I'll hold my turn, because I don't really have a lot of ranged.
Okay. He'll hold his turn. Who's next?
And that's me. And guess I'll magic missile again for 12 damage.
Excellent.
It's at least bloodied now, right?
Oh yeah, it was pretty close already, so it's got injuries all over. It's not doing too good. Next turn.
However, if we don't finish it off, it'll come back later.
Yep. And I'll be out of spell slots.
Okay. So who is next?
Well, I rolled a 5, so if anyone beats a 5.
No, I think you're next. Because I had
Yeah,
a
okay.
4.
I was thinking that. Yeah, he was next.
Well, I have nothing, so I'll try and reach down for any sort of rubble, any stick or anything to try and throw down the hole after him and attempt to do something since I have no spell slots left.
All right. Well, if you pick up there is rocks there that you can pick up, and if you want to try to make a ranged attack,
Yeah,
can
sure. Okay, so I get a 6. So
yeah, he's in a hole and he's moving too fast. So
Do we have any ranged attacks?
some
I
people
have
do.
a
They already went.
hand axe.
You can try to throw the hand axe in the hole.
About how far is he?
He's about 15 feet in the hole. He was pretty far out because he was on fire and panicking.
That's true. Okay, I'll try it. Let's see, is that strength or...
Hand axe is strength.
Okay, good. That helps. It's 5, 20. 24! Yes.
Yep, that's a hit. Even
Okay,
with
and
cover, it's not enough to hide from your axe.
And the damage is 9.
It slows down. You actually notice it slow down, and it coughs. It's coughing up blood. It's
So
not.
I held my turn. Can I go now?
I still have a turn to go as well.
Oh, okay,
Alright,
you go first.
since he saved his turn, I'll let him go first.
No,
Okay.
he can go.
All right. Well, if I'm going to go then, Snow is going to place his quarterstaff on the ground, and he's going to run and jump into the hole and make 2 unarmed attacks with his claws.
Great.
That is... Hold on. 13 and 16.
16 hits.
Okay, and that is 7 damage.
Alright. So was Ben going to go?
Yeah, I was gonna go down in the hole after everybody had their turn, but I don't think it's possible now.
You can still go down. It's just
It's gonna get tight.
Can I go down and attack him, or?
You can try. If you go down, but you have to say that you're going down. That's how I'm gonna work this instead of like
Yeah,
moving
I'm
your
going
pieces.
down.
Okay. There's a cat man in your way. If you can manage to get a knife around it, maybe. If you might hit him.
Don't hit me.
But,
I'll roll an attack then. 13.
alright. Go ahead.
13.
13. You miss, but you just barely miss your friend as well.
And I'll go back as far as I can.
Alright. You're not in melee with it. It's far enough away. You got someone between you, so you can back up as far as you want. Okay. So I think that
Believe
brings
it's Mossbeard.
Yeah.
I will go run down in the hole because I have to get within 10 feet of him. And I will cast Poison Spray. My cantrip.
Let's give this a whirl. Roll.
So if he makes his save, he'll take no damage.
17.
He made it.
Yep.
Which means he's going to survive, because... Well, it's
He's
up to the
not-
monk now.
He's not doing too hot though. He's doing, and I'll just say that you had the frame of mind to spray it past your friend.
Well, I can aim it up to 10 feet away.
Oh, so it summons 10 feet away?
Yeah, it says it has a range of 10 feet.
Okay. Well then, you had the sense to orient it so it doesn't hit your friend.
Yeah.
Alright, that's fine. So, it's not moving still currently, but it turns around and it looks into Snow's eyes and says, "My progeny will kill you," and it's going to go full round of attacks. 2 claws and a bite. Okay, so 16 to hit.
That hits. Barely.
Okay, so it's
I have a
one.
15 armor class.
Ugh. +6. No, not +6. +3. It's 8 damage. 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
I'm unconscious. That's enough. You can stop there. Unless it's more than...
Okay, he
like
just
I'm unconscious.
he just swipes at you and you go down, but
Yeah.
Total damage.
you must succeed a Constitution saving throw.
I'm already unconscious.
So go ahead and make your saving throw.
The saving throw is for the egg it implanted in you.
Well, guys, I'm pregnant.
Have you seen Alien?
What did you
What
get?
is this total constitute? 4.
You rolled 4 total?
Yeah, it was a 3.
Oh. Well, you have a disease.
Like I said, well, guys, I'm pregnant.
You feel very
I'm unconscious.
strange. Well,
I'm not
even
even conscious.
if you were awake, you would feel very strange.
What is the total hit points that after that? You said 11? Was there any more after that, or was it just 11?
Oh, it only hit you once, so it...
Okay, so just 11? Just want to make sure how many negative.
It just did 11.
Only-
And
only all-
when it saw you go down, it was slightly surprised and continues on down the hall. It doesn't wish to finish you, it seems.
Oh, maybe he could have won this after all.
Pull him out.
So
Yeah, I'll grab him and pull him out.
Alright. He's currently unconscious. Other than that, there's not too much.
And I tell the guy, because I saw what happened, right? How he got hit.
Yeah,
I'm
you were
also
in
the
the
one that made the survival roll on the sled, so I know what happened. I know he's
Yeah,
probably
he-
been implanted with an egg.
And it also did scream, "My progeny will kill you," and
Right.
run away. So
Whoever might have be trained in medicine could maybe dig the egg out.
I could try to do that.
you can dig the egg out. I'm just gonna check on the rules there. You can decide who wants to do like a medicine roll or something like that.
I only have a
Say
+2.
whoever's trained in it.
I
I'm
am.
trained in it.
We're both trained in it.
Well, then maybe one can assist the other.
Yeah. I'll be the nurse.
Allows the person with the best roll to double their proficiency.
Isn't it advantage on a roll?
Or maybe that's what it is. It's advantage on the roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so-
someone you give them a
So,
tent.
do you have... One of you has a medical kit, I think.
Yeah, I do.
So that could help.
Yeah. I'll do that.
So, you gonna make a roll?
Is he dying right now, or is he what?
He's been infected.
I have -2 hit points.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, he should technically be making rolls, but not yet. I'll
I
say
can
that you
make
had time.
I make a healing word on him as I'm pulling him out. That's a bonus action.
Okay, so you spring to life with however many hit points he gives you.
Hold on just a second here, and I'll tell him. 4 hit points.
4 hit
Minimum.
points. All right.
So you spring to life, and you feel a bit off. The part where it slashed you, part of your body, like on your chest, it feels a bit off. You're not able to discern why.
I think you've been infected, boy.
Snow thinks next time one of you should chase Frog into hole.
No one
Probably
told
keep
you to
that
do it.
Okay, so is someone going to try to
Yes.
administer help to him?
Yeah,
So,
yes.
with advantage, I have a 16 medicine check to try and remove the implanted
Okay,
egg.
let me just make sure I'm reading the rules here right. Yeah. Yeah. So you look at the wound itself. You don't really see where the egg is, but excuse me. Instead, you take a tool from Jaden's healing kit, and because he passes it over to you, because he's nice, and you take like a little stick or something, and you just drag it along the wound, and it seems like it didn't get in far enough yet, and you were able to just pop out this little minuscule speck. You're not sure if that's the egg, but maybe upon closer examination you could see if it is the egg.
Yeah, I'll examine it. Another medicine check? Or nature?
Yeah, nature check.
Odd 20.
20. Great. So when you bring it up to your eye really close, and it appears to be something foreign to the body, it's not something that's supposed to be there, so you got it out, whatever it is, but you would think that you might have to look at it closer under a microscope to be 100% sure, but he seems to be feeling a bit better. He doesn't have that odd sinking feeling in his chest anymore.
Well, I'm just going to incinerate it and call it a day. Rather than keep an egg around. And Snow, you're welcome, and I'm really sorry that we don't have anesthesia while I was dragging a stick through your open wound.
Snow is just thankful for you saving his life.
And I'm thankful that we do not have to deal with a child in the group.
Now, I would like everyone
Buzzbeard wants to kill the slug now.
I would like everyone to make a perception check.
3.
10.
23.
All right.
16.
15.
All right. So anybody who made above 10, you see the slug thing that your slug friend. He seems to have followed you.
Firebolt.
Shillelagh.
Roll the hit.
Okay, double checking. Yes, that is 16.
That hits.
Does a 13 hit?
Yes, that hits.
9 fire damage.
7 shillelagh damage.
In concert, you smush the innocent-looking thing as it looks up at you, and it is dead.
Innocent my ass.
We're all agreeing that those things were evil and had to go to, that we had to kill them, right?
This one is in agreement.
I don't necessarily think they're evil, but can't really be letting them use our people as breeding grounds.
Dangerous, yes.
We should.
And we need to find a way to block this hole, make him come up somewhere else.
Speaking of which, you all hear a voice in your head, and it says, "Why, my child!" And you hear a noise coming from the hole.
Because
We're
I'm
gonna give her a chance to
pro-choice.
finish it.
And a few seconds later, if you guys can, I can say that you've had a round, so you can prepare attacks for as soon as it comes out if you wish.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
It comes out, it leaps, and it's midair, and it's got its claws out, and you've already done your action for when it comes out, so have at it.
AC 14?
Its AC is 14, yes.
No, that's what I hit.
Well, that just hit then.
Okay, 10 damage from me.
So I got 17 with a 4 damage claw attack.
I got 23 for my main and then 18 for my offhand. I'll roll damage.
Those both hit.
I get sneak attack because they are around them. Or
I will allow it.
then it's a total of 12.
Anybody else wish to just insultingly hit it?
Yep. I hit just barely for 10 fire damage.
Wonderful.
And I
Frizzle
hit
Prophet
for
tries to conk it, but
5
misses.
damage.
So I'll just say that everybody else hit because it's got nothing left. It's done. It had very few health left. And it only healed for like 2 rounds, so I'll say that it's gone. So you all in unison swipe at this thing and it's stuck on someone's sword. Right now all your weapons are on it, so you can't tell whose yet.
Can I look to see if my dagger is still in him?
In my battle
Your
axe.
dagger is still in him, yes.
I'll retrieve that.
Pull it out. And as everybody retracts their weapons, apparently Jaden's sword got it right through the gut, and it's now stuck on his sword.
I'm going to burn it.
First, you'll have to try to get it off your sword.
Oh, first I have to get it off my sword.
So strength check.
Strength check. Okay.
Because this is a hardy creature, and it's...
19.
Oh, that gets it off easily.
Okay.
It's no longer stuck, and it's just lying on the ground, its claws extended.
Cool.
Just from DM to players, killing that thing would have... If you would have killed that thing before, you would have been ambushed. So... You didn't make it angry because you didn't kill its progeny, but when you did, it got enraged, but it had no health left, so... And you already knew everything about it, so it had nothing left.
Snow's gonna look at Howler and go, Snow thinks you know what Snow would say here.
I say Snow suggests burning immediately, and I point towards that thing.
Snow suggests listening to Snow.
Burn the body, burn the body.
I burn it.
Just like dropping a match on a body covered in gasoline, it just goes up. That thing is dead.
Can you tell we're all old school D&D players? We immediately want to burn bodies.
Well, it's burnt and it's crispy. If you ate frog, you would say it looks yummy, even.
Why not? Chop off its legs.
And you know from knowing what it is not, its flesh is not toxic, but you kind of feel it might be a little bit cannibalistic because it's humanoid, but it's not toxic. So if you wish to bring it back for food, you can.
I don't consider it cannibalistic. I don't consider it humanoid.
Well, it is humanoid in shape, but technically it's an aberration. So
Giant frog legs.
And I'll say, all right, I'm coming back in Mossbeard's voice, and then I'll say the runes in another one. Just like as a question.
I didn't quite understand that.
yeah, you had a little bit of
Runes.
static.
Yeah, okay. Or I'll just say runes.
Oh, yeah.
We go back to the ruins? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll start crying like Rock Thrower did. See if she
Should we
remembers.
stop and invite the troll back?
I say, well, here's what I was thinking. Was that if nothing else, he could carry a lot of water from the river back to the ruins for us. It will take quite a bit of food, but I think we could make him work.
If he works for the food, I don't have a problem with it.
Same here.
I
He
agree.
can eat the frog.
Yeah, we got frog meat to feed him.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you hear loud footsteps and a big green man carrying his club, and he looks around and he only sees you guys at the moment, and he's like, "You in danger?"
Not anymore, Stone Thrower. Not anymore.
In fact, we got some food for you.
He looks, if you point it out to him, he looks at it. He reaches down, picks it up, and slings it on his back. And the grass thing seems to be like a platform almost. And it just sits on the platform. It's like, you would surmise it's like something he would gather stuff on and put it in to eat later. So,
Also, before we leave, back in the town, they said something about there being 2-3 of these red creatures. I'd just like to repeat that.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid.
Well, we should go rest and resupply and come back to it. Now that we know what we're dealing with, it should be easier.
Agreed. Snow would like a nap.
Rockthar says, "You no like frogs?"
We like them dead.
These frogs are good eating.
He rubs his chin as if he could have two brain cells to rub together to ponder with. But Hmm. I think I saw more frogs.
Where did you see him?
He looks around and he sees the hole and he's like, one there. More in holes like this.
Oh boy.
And
Snow wishes to make it clear that Snow does not desire to enter any more holes.
he he gestures over in the direction that you were walking to get here. He gestures over there. Maybe there.
Alright, so closer to camp, not good.
Yep, apparently they are, at least according to him, if you trust him, they are in that direction.
Well, like everybody said, let's go back and then we can do some more frog hunting later.
No, okay. So he's, just to streamline it, he's just gonna give small chit chat. You like frog legs? Sort of thing. As you walk back, he's not the most intelligent of people, as you can tell from talking to him, but a simple mind doesn't necessarily mean a bad person. He's pretty friendly for a troll.
Well, as long as we can keep him fed, he shouldn't be killing the people.
Alright, so just to streamline it a bit more, you get back, no issues, you don't run into anything else. And the troll guy, he just yanks off a leg instinctively as if he's done this with other animals or something before. And he just munches on it. And the people see him coming, and they're a bit panicked.
I'm gonna tell everybody that this is Rock Thrower.
Yeah, I give the big troll a pat as well on his thigh because that's probably about as high as I can reach.
Yeah, he's taller than the doppelgangers, so he's pretty tall.
I say he's come to help us bring water back and hunt for food. See the big food he's carrying?
He's just munching. Kind of like a big chicken leg. He seems content to eat it. He doesn't seem bothered by people looking at him strangely. But most of the people are, at this point, they've seen a lot worse again. Like with the doppelgangers, they weren't too concerned. But with him, he's a lot bigger. So they were a little bit concerned, but when you reassure them that he's good, they sort of calm down and are just like, more the same, and continue what they were doing. He seems pretty happy, and he also points out that his tribe had farmland, and they were pretty far away, though. They're not anywhere near here. But he was running, and apparently everybody else in his tribe didn't make it this far. So he also, what I was going to say is he points out on the bottom of this like thing made of leaves and twigs and stuff. He points out that there's a place where he could put like a farming implement to till land with. So that may be useful later. He could be your beast of burden.
Well, Jaden's our resident farmer.
I say,
Yeah,
I'll
and
work
you
with him on my off time.
Yeah, you recognize this thing. It's sort of like a a stirrup thing that like an oxen or something would have, like in its mouth or on its back or something like that, and it would fit perfectly with like to till the ground implement.
Okay.
So it perfectly fits that. He explains that it's sort of like a pack that his people would have in his own way. He's explaining this, that it's like a do everything pack, so it does whatever they need it to do. And they wanted to keep their farmland good, so they added that to his pack.
Okay.
Snow thinks we will work out the details later, after a rest.
So
Yes.
he will just sort of sit among the refugees, even though he's huge. He doesn't really. He knows his place. He knows not to disturb the archaeologist work stuff. He's not that stupid to like sit on their stuff. He knows that people are doing work here, so he's sort of keeping away from that. It's too delicate for him, and he just sort of sits on the outskirts. He's at the moment just keeping watch until you decide exactly what you want him to do.
Probably get him together with Jaden's family and have them start creating some farmland.
Well,
yeah.
if you introduce him to them, to the Graysons, he's technically not a Grayson, so his family is lost, and these are a different family. So they kind of know a bit about farmland, and they could, if they had like some metal to make a plow with, they could easily outfit him with that. But it doesn't seem like there's too much metal around.
Okay.
We'll figure something out.
He does say, "Hands good tills." So he could dig with his hands if need be, but he would prefer if he had an implement.
For right now, maybe we can get him to help carry water.
And if you introduce him to some of the other people that seem to be gathering water, like they have a pack mule with jugs on each side, and they're bringing it back and forth, back and forth. If you introduce him to those people, they'll reluctantly accept his help, and he seems to have a jug in his pack that has some water in it already, because he had some and he just decided to stop drinking it because he was upset. But he gives the water that's in the jug to them into other jugs, and he puts it back in his pack, and he seems ready to go with them. And people have heard stories of mean trolls, but apparently this guy's nice. He's not gonna. He likes sharing. He likes helping out. He just wants to do whatever he can. So if you guys wanted to sleep or whatever,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is
definitely
getting-
IRL would be good to sleep. It's almost 3 a.m. for me here.
Yeah, I think
We've
this is
been
a
going for 5 hours.
good point to stop.
It's a good
Right.
session.
We are about to hit 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, just to end it off, I'm going to say that it was late when you got there anyway, so you could just go to sleep rather than just taking a short rest or anything like that.
That's
So you
probably
could
what
just
we're gonna do then.
go to have a long rest. And
Yeah, we kind of need a long rest. A lot of us have used up our spell slots.
so you can go to sleep a bit earlier than maybe some other people will be, but you're all good for now.
Mossbird will set up a little while around the campfires that are set up and tell stories about his time in the military.
You see that there are a few refugee kids, including Lilith, which is known to some of us, and they excitedly listen. There's a few adults sitting around listening as well.
Most of his tales are kind of cautionary about things that you should try to avoid so that you don't end up dead.
Yeah. Yeah. The kids will need that in this sort of world. So
We managed to cover two things, guys. I think we covered the weird noise and the red-skinned attackers.
yeah,
Or not
I
the
will.
weird noise, the moving pile of grass.
Yeah. I will confirm that was the weird noise. People were hearing him crying in the woods and
Oh, so we did 3 things, but two of them were the same thing.
The moving pile of grass.
I will neither confirm nor deny
Nah,
that
your
you
supposition.
completed 3.
My friend's favorite saying: "I will neither confirm nor deny your supposition."
You know, the funny thing about that is that's basically a denial. But anyway,
Yeah, pretty much.
I think we could wrap things up now. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fun.
If you
So
have anything,
next Friday, then, right?
yep, it'll be this time next week. If you have any criticisms or comments or how I could do things better, I know that I did do some things not as good as I could have, but
We always stumble out of the gate. I mean, that's every DM knows that. You're trying to get everything going, and once you get going, then it's not so bad.
yeah. But if there's anything anybody wants to bring up before they go, specifically,
I'm pretty good with the way things turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I have any questions, I'll put it on the Facebook chat.
I'll do the same.
alrighty.
We're going to wrap up earlier in the future, right? Tonight ran kind of long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to keep going this length, I'm fine with it, but I mean, if you found it too long, we can try to cut it off a little earlier.
It was a bit long because I think we talked about it was supposed to be like a 3 or 4 hour session.
Yeah, I'm willing to go longer, but I'm just people have time zone issues, so I figured, well, they might want to go to bed.
Well, 4 hours is how I play with my usual group, so this is kind of the time that I'm used to. So I'm totally cool with that. We're just doing like 4 hours.
3 to 4 hours sounds pretty good if we can.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we run a little longer, that's going to happen occasionally, but
Yeah, this time I think it was warranted because we were getting everything set up and making sure everybody understood their place, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all right, see you guys next week.
Next week.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.